Yeah, salute. What up? YouTube fam, what's good? What's good? On this Thursday evening. You know what I mean? I didn't do a show yesterday because I was on my brother Ron Hurd's show. Salute. I should have streamed it from this channel. I don't know what I was thinking, whatever. But I was just, what I'm saying, grateful for the brother let me on his show. Salute to him. Salute to BJ for the alley oop. You know what I'm saying? So what's going on, man? You know what I'm saying? Another day, another 50 cent before taxes. So yeah, man, I wanted to just go on real quick, man, and just play a couple things real quick. Talk about this Trump thing, the Trump card, get it that was played. Just a couple things, man, and just how I was prepared for whoever to win. You know what I'm saying? Because I was gonna come on here if Kamala won or didn't win. I was gonna go on here and talk about the psychological program that we talk about, the psyop type stuff we talk about, or this group thing was Edward Bernays type program, and that's what I was wrong. That's what I was gonna go. Yeah, man. So I was gonna go report on that. I still will. So yeah, man, I'm just gonna talk about this Trump stuff for a little while, man. Then I'm gonna go in I ain't gonna go into nothing too crazy, man. I don't think I'm gonna be on here for too long either. But I just still want to talk about that Trump stuff. The Trump card that was played, you know what I'm saying? Get it like somebody's hand. But yeah, so what's really good with y'all, man? You know what I'm saying? On this Thursday. Yeah, man. So I know people mad, mad and going out sad that he won, right? People literally crying. I just this is goes to show how pathetic, how weak, simple-minded people are, how much people feed into things, how much people feed into groupthink. And I'm gonna break down Edward Bernays. I'm gonna break down, play a little bit of that video of his documentary, right? The Century Itself. I'm gonna break that down, play that. Going to Trump. We're gonna talk about this Raleigh, North Carolina psyop, or excuse me, shooting. I guess we're gonna talk about that and how they putting Trump winning into the title, like as if you know what I'm saying that they connecting the two or something. I don't know. We're gonna talk about this emergency border crisis order. We're gonna talk about a couple of things. We're gonna talk about how Eric Adams flip flop, and now Eric Adams in New York is stopping uh, the New York housing vouchers for the migrants. Interesting. Wow. That just lets you know these people, they could have stopped it a long time ago, but just because Trump, I guess, got elected, he's not even in office right now. But I guess people want to save face and try to play it off like as if they was really for his policies the whole time or something. Or I don't know, was on the same page as him. I don't know. It's weird, very interesting type BS. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get into it. So I got a couple things. So I'm gonna play. Let me play some clips from cause okay, so when that night, election night, y'all seen how a lot of these different stations, y'all seen how a lot of these different stations was stalling. Excuse me, y'all. A lot of these stations were stalling. You know what I'm saying? Sorry about that. Damn. You know what I'm saying? So we're stalling and BSing and you know what I'm saying? So we're gonna go and play some of that. Let me play that real quick. All right. So you know what I'm saying? My bad. All right, so let's go into some of this election coverage real quick, man. So it was 11 o'clock, 11 o'clock out here. So 10 o'clock would be 1 o'clock Eastern, 11 o'clock would be 2 o'clock Eastern. So I don't understand till 2 in the morning how they was stalling the full election results, man. I don't understand, and I know why. You know what I mean? So let's get into some of this election coverage real quick. All right. And I want to play some people. Shout out to People Lessons. I'm gonna play a couple of her videos. Salute to her. Subscribe to watch her channel. And these different. I mean, even and I just like surprising me the other day. Trump called out Fox News. So we could talk about Fox News. I'm gonna have to play that too. So he's not feeling Fox News either. He said Fox News threw him under the bus. Right. He was going in on Oprah. Right. He was going in on Oprah. All right. So let's see. Let me see. Yeah, are they gonna go back until like 4 days ago? Let me see. Let me see. Hmm. Or will I have to play somebody's? Let me see. We'll go back. I ain't gonna go back to the other day. So let me just play these corny. Damn, I should have made a show that night. So let me go back to these corny Trump. Damn, CNN. Let's go to see, because let's play these corny, the most liberalist leftist state. We'll play them and then we go to the right station. Republican, all right? So these motherfuckers is full of shit. What? These motherfuckers is full of shit. All right. These motherfuckers is full of it. All right. So fair use under the Copyright Act, 1976, Section 107. This is going to be allowance to report on this video for commentary and educational purposes.
Nationally, his approval rating has been updated to 40% in the exit polls nationally. In Arizona, you see here, Jake, he's at 43%. He's slightly above his national approval number in Arizona. If you look at Michigan, he's at 42% approval. Again, slightly above where he is nationally at 40. But Wisconsin's a different story. His approval rating, the sitting president, Joe Biden, is at 38% in Wisconsin. That is below where he is nationally. 61% of Wisconsin voters in this election.
And you know what I mean?
Let's go to David Chalian now, who has a very different race.
Saying, we hope that does.
Yeah, as the polls are about.
So my thing is, who's doing these polls? Who is polling these people? You know what I'm saying? Who's polling these people? Who's doing? I never got polled before. I don't know people that got polled like on this type stuff, to where it's going to be on a CNN mother worldwide. You know what I'm saying? You know, on an MSNBC poll or something. I don't know. That's just me. I don't know. Let me see. I don't even know. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. Boy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Boy. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I don't even know, man. Boy. We're wild. Let me see who. We wild. Hold up. Yeah, man. So, what is really good? You know what I'm saying? Hold up. So, I've never been polled. Let me know if any of y'all been polled before.
To close in these three critical battleground states, I wanted to look at Biden's approval rating, just as sort of a baseline of the environment in these three states. Nationally, his approval rating has been updated to 40% in the exit polls nationally. In Arizona, you see here, Jake, he's at 43%. He's slightly above his national approval number in Arizona. If you look at Michigan, he's at 42% approval. Again, slightly above where he is nationally at 40. But Wisconsin's a different story. His approval rating, the sitting president, Joe Biden, is at 38% in Wisconsin. That is below where he is nationally. 61% of Wisconsin voters in this election disapprove of the job Joe Biden's doing. That's a hurdle that Kamala Harris is going to have to jump here in the Badger State. Jake?
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. This would have been a very different race if Joe Biden had stayed in it. I mean, if it ends with a Trump victory, and we have no idea how it's going to end, so don't misinterpret what I'm saying. But there's going to be a lot of
that was kind of suspect. That was suspect how you just said that. Kind of was telling us something.
Pointing and recriminations and wondering. But these approval ratings for Joe Biden are brutal.
6 in 10 in Wisconsin say that they don't approve of the president. I mean, it is brutal. And there's no other way to look at it. And that is, no question, a big headwind for Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she has been trying to separate herself, despite the fact that she is saying that she wants to turn the page and that she's a new generation and all the things that we've heard at every one of her stump speeches. That is a number that there is no question the Harris campaign is looking at and saying, we hope that doesn't bleed into Harris and the actual votes.
Especially since the Trump campaign tried to do an effective job in tying her to that administration, saying not just that she was the vice president, but that, look, you were in the room, you were always there. There were all kinds of decisions you could have made a difference, and you didn't.
Well, and then, of course, there was her gaffe on The View when she was asked, what would you have done differently over the last 4 years? And she said, nothing comes immediately to mind, which was probably not the best answer. Jacob, I can just look back. I think a lot of our viewers may just sort of big picture be looking at this and saying, Trump's got 105 electoral votes,
Right,
and Harris has got 27, and there's a half a country of red and a little corner of blue. And I think the point we need to make is at this moment, and I think of it as a tennis match, there are no surprises. There have been no flips. Nobody has broken the serve, if you will.
Right.
All the states that Trump won that he's won tonight are states that he won in 2020. All the states that Harris won are states that Biden won in 2020. There's been no swing state that has been flipped yet. And there is just the way the states roll out, that the Republicans get a lot of the early calls and a lot of big red states.
Yeah.
But there hasn't been any dramatic change in this vote. They're both on track to 270.
Yeah.
It depends on states that are still not called.
It's a good point. This is pretty much where everybody expected the
There are no
race to
surprises.
be at this point. We still have not projected New York. We still have not projected California.
Oh,
I mean, there are
see,
plenty
you're
of
saying that-
places with
Right.
See,
a lot of delegates.
saying that
I mean,
because
not
he
delegates,
knows-
not
will
a
tell
bunch
you
of Democrats.
that those states is going to be Democrat. He knows she's going to win those states automatically. That's why he said that, right? But, you know what I mean? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out. These people are just. I'm gonna play a little bit more than this. I'm gonna go to another one.
One
Democrats
place
expect
that
it
is
to
a
get.
little bit of a surprise. It's a surprisingly close race in Virginia, which has gone blue since 2008 and Obama, the last 4 cycles. And if you remember, Trump in late October, had a rally there, and people went, what's he doing in Virginia? That's a blue state. He's running.
That's
very
true,
close
but
there.
there's only half of the
I
voting.
understand,
Yeah.
but it's 49-49 right now.
But
No,
John King set the table on that earlier when he said, assuming she wins Virginia, is she going to win it the way Hillary Clinton won it with 5 points in 2016, or is she going to win it the way that Joe Biden won it with 10 points in 2020? And I think that there can be something discerned from her victory and how narrow it is one way or the other.
And just going back to sort of the big picture, which I think is really important, Chris. And now we're looking at Virginia, which we were talking about before, but just earlier, we were looking at the returns coming in from the blue wall states, from Michigan and from Pennsylvania, because we're actually finally seeing numbers. It is early, but they are important. Pennsylvania, we cannot stress enough how critical Pennsylvania is that you're looking at right now is to Kamala Harris. Donald Trump, if things go the way that they traditionally go for a Republican, unlike 2020, he could win the White House without Pennsylvania. It is hard to see in most of these paths, Kamala Harris winning the White House without Pennsylvania. And you see there 68%. That's what she has now. It is still extremely early, only 13% in.
Right. And this is the point that Chris is making about the larger electoral map. It also applies to the vote that we see in Virginia
Okay, so
and the vote that we see in Pennsylvania. If Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, and who knows, she's not going to win it with more than 60% of the vote. That's crazy.
No.
Like it is anticipated to be razor
When it
thin.
was at 100.
We're still waiting for all the
It was at
votes to
100.
come in.
Look how
You know,
low.
so brew a pot of coffee,
27?
sit
Many
back.
pots.
I kind
We
of
got a
honestly, when I
lot.
seen it was low like that, I knew he was going to win. I was like, huh? 20 something to his 100. Yeah, these mugs, boy. Smoked her.
We got a lot of votes to look at. Let's go back to Aaron Burnett. And Aaron, voting is about to end in 3 of the crucial battleground states that we are watching and that you are in charge of at your Battleground Command Center.
The command center, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. Now, when you're talking about 60%, obviously it's not going to end up that way in Pennsylvania. You look at that blue wall, you look at Michigan. Jim Sciutto is in Detroit. And Jim, where you are now, this is the nuts and bolts that I think everybody wants to hear about, which is how the counting is actually happening. So tell us about where you are. This is an absentee ballot counting center.
That's right, in Detroit. And they were expecting about 100,000 absentee ballots in Detroit. But this is key. Because of changes in Michigan state election laws in 2022, they were able to begin counting those absentee ballots received before Election Day prior to Election Day. So at this point, they've already counted 92,000 of about 100,000 expected absentee ballots, and they expect when those 8,000 come in over the next couple hours, it's not going to take them long to finish up that count. In fact, we heard a short time ago that here in Detroit,
you know what I'm saying?
expected
Look at that, 67% to 30.
By midnight tonight, or perhaps a bit after, they will have counted not just the absentee ballots in Detroit, but early voting ballots, and voting that took place today as well. So you're seeing the effects of that law, which allows for counting to begin as early as last Monday. One more note, and this is important, Aaron, because in 2020, this site in downtown Detroit became the scene of protests and unfounded claims of fraud in the midst of that frantic absentee ballot counting, in part because of you have that law, you were able to start early. We're not seeing any of those protests here now. And there's going to be a truck arriving in the next couple of hours, going to pull up at that door there with absentee ballots collected from drop boxes around the city as well. Again, that's not fraud. That's not vote dumping. That's part of the process of counting these votes here, and they expect it to move very quickly tonight.
All right, very quickly, we'll see. And they have said they expect to be overall for the state of Michigan faster than last year, which of course was the day after midday. Secretary of State said she hoped it would be a little bit earlier than that. Well, we'll see as the count comes in. Kyung Law is at a Maricopa County counting facility. Maricopa County, biggest in Phoenix, fastest growing in the country, as they say. Kyung, one of the most important counties.
Let me go to this one, and we're going to go to
everyday recycling and waste, regulated waste. One partner does it all. Republic Services. We help you meet your business and sustainability goals compliantly. Discover the power of partnership with Republic Services.
4 hours after the closing of polls on Election Day, the race for the White House is over. Former President Donald Trump is projected to win a historic second term after sweeping all swing states in a decisive victory.
Vice President Kamala Harris this afternoon addressing the nation, saying while she concedes the election, she does not concede the fight that fueled her campaign. And we will hear more from her a bit later in this newscast.
Let's take a look at the Electoral College as it stands tonight. The former president winning in the battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He's also expected to win Arizona and Nevada. Trump made gains with younger voters and Latino voters, specifically men. He's also winning the popular vote.
They ain't mentioned. Yeah, okay, I guess they ain't gonna mention black men or black people, huh?
The first Republican to do so in 2 decades.
And here's how the numbers break down here in Kern County. Voters here, once again, siding overwhelmingly with the former president. Back in 2020, Donald Trump won Kern County with 53% of the vote, a 10-point margin over President Biden.
Smoked.
In a remarkable comeback, Donald Trump winning the presidency once again, only the second president in history to retake the Oval Office after losing re-election 4 years earlier.
And joining us now is ABC News Deputy Political Director Avery Harper. Avery, this was an impressive and decisive victory for former President Trump. What does this exit polling tell us about why the night went his way?
Right. I thought one thing that stuck out to me about the exit polling was the discontent that there was around the economy. When asked about the condition of the economy, a third of respondents said that the economy was good or excellent, and 2/3 said it was poor. To me, that was an early signal that it was going to be a good night for former President Trump. He really did lean into an economic message, went out on the campaign trail. And though the vice president does not make policy and inflation has cooled, I think a lot of voters tied her really closely to the Biden administration on that.
So, Avery, there's always second guessing when you lose. What are the big questions that Harris's campaign will be asking themselves in the days and weeks ahead?
Right. I think the Harris campaign might be asking themselves if they were able to deliver a clear enough economic message. Were they just asking voters to cast votes against Trump instead of for them? I think there will also be a question of if President Biden stepped aside early enough to allow her to mount a challenge to Trump. I think those are a couple of things that they'll be asking today.
You know, the other thing we're looking at, Republicans won a majority in the Senate, but we still don't know who will control the House. What's the latest there?
Right. We see that Democrats have 190 seats in the House and Republicans have 204. The magic number is 218. So whoever gets control of the House will be critical to Trump's ability to enact his bold agenda. If Republicans have control, he'll be able.
bold agenda. But if Harris would have gotten in, when you called her agenda bold, by letting 11 million people be citizens into this country, you know what I'm saying? By censoring the media and shutting people down from their opinions on social media too. That's not bold.
To really sail through. And if Democrats have control of the House, they'll really be a check on the president's power and also the Senate, which is going to be controlled by Republicans.
And Avery, before you go, when do we expect to hear from Vice President Harris, and what do we think we'll hear from her?
Right, we're expecting to see her speak at Howard University this afternoon.
Oh, because she didn't speak that night, right? Why didn't she? See, that lets you know. I'm gonna play a video about that, how tasteless and just classless she is for doing that. You shit on these little you know what I'm saying? These people at Howard. You shit on these kids, right? And the people at this university, and you leave them out there for 6 hours and don't even talk. No kind of performance, no kind of entertainment for these people. You just leave them out there and standing. But see, that's on them though, because I'm the kind of guy. If I'm somewhere for let an hour go by, let 2 hours go by, I'm gone. Let an hour go by, I'm gone. I mean, that just goes to show how people just have the God complex with these people and really look at these people as some kind of saviors or something. Like these people are you know what I mean?
And to offer a concession speech. You know, I am really interested to see exactly what she's going to say, because she really did frame former President Trump as a threat to democracy. And so I'm interested to see if there is some sort of switch up today in her.
And she didn't say nothing about none of that about him. She didn't say nothing bad about him. It's all stage acting to get her in there. It's all fake. Didn't Donald Trump see, the thing is, I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm not gonna BS y'all and sugarcoat y'all. Donald Trump gave money to her campaign, didn't he? Huh? Wasn't Donald Trump a Democrat before? Come on, man. Y'all, we gotta, you know, this is part of the script. And they was at, what was it, after the Trump shooting or something like that? Or after after the debate. The day after the debate, they was at the cemetery and they was all hugging and kissing and skinning and grinning.
Message? Is she going to offer an optimistic message, telling folks to keep on pushing for the change that they're looking for?
And an even bigger question, what's the transition going to look like in the days and weeks ahead?
Right. We know that former President Trump and now President-elect Trump really avoided having conversations about a transition. He was entirely focused on the campaign, but there will be a cabinet to complete and lots of political appointments. And so,
I wouldn't have nobody from this cabinet. I wouldn't have nobody from this cabinet in there.
There is a transition that is underway. One thing that I think is a sure bet is that the folks who are going to be in those positions are going to be loyalists to former President Trump.
So how much of a big point do you think the president-elect will have to make when it comes to unifying the country, bringing too many people together, especially when it seems like we're more divided than ever now?
Well, look, he is leading when it comes to the popular.
More divided than ever. Who do you think divided people? Who do you think made these dumbass labels and these laws to divide people and these borders and these boundaries to divide people? The government, right? I hate when people say stuff like that. The government made it like that.
Vote. And so I think he is going to use that as runway to enact his agenda. The former president, now the president-elect, had promised things like mass deportations, imposing tariffs on all imported goods, and has questioned whether or not he would remain committed to our NATO allies. Those are all things that he might feel like he can push through now that he has had.
Most countries have national electoral commissions that organize elections and count the votes. In the United States, national elections are organized by state, with 50 different systems for registering voters and for deciding how and when those voters go to the polls. On election night, each state counts its own votes and announces the results. That decentralized power makes it harder to steal an election than in a system with a single body overseeing all results, but it can also delay results. It took more than a month to decide the US presidential election in 2000 because the state of Florida kept recounting ballots and only stopped when it was ordered to by the Supreme Court. The winner of the 2020 U.S. presidential election was decided after more than 3 days because of vote counting delays in several states, including Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia. Without a central electoral commission to declare official results, the U.S. media announce winners and losers, with each network making its own projections in its own time. Individual states' control of federal elections also means differences in who can vote and who can run. Some states allow anyone to vote in contests to choose individual party candidates, meaning people from one party could switch to another party to choose a candidate who they think will be easier for their party to beat in the general election. Because states make their own ballots, they decide which candidates should be on them. Without a uniform federal ballot, voters in the same U.S. election may have different candidates to choose from, depending on who qualifies in their state.
The dueling approval ratings. This is sort of an albatross for Harris here. Her administration that she's a part of, Joe Biden's approval rating sits at just 41%. And then there's this twist. Donald Trump, retrospectively, do you now approve of how he did as president? In our poll, 48%, almost half, give him that approval rating.
That, of course, MSNBC's election guru thinks that the approval rating could be the biggest factor in the race. Let's bring in our own elections expert, pollster and political analyst Frank Luntz. Frank, great to have you on the show. A couple of days. We are down to the wire. The Des Moines Register has Harris up by +3. It shook the world today. Frank, I mean, this poll, 47-44, this one was like, what? I mean, nobody even talked about Iowa for months, and now all of a sudden it's the big headline. What do you think of that poll?
Well, let me remind viewers that back in 2020, with 7 or 8 days to go, there were a whole series of surveys, state surveys that were done, and some of them were done by reputable pollsters, which this Iowa poll was done, that had Joe Biden with a 12 or 15. One of them even had him with an 18-point lead in states that Biden barely won. So I need, and I hope that everyone is a little calm. I know it's hard to be that calm right before the election, an election that really matters. But I think there's way too much focus on the surveys. I don't believe the Iowa results. I will be shocked. If it is true, it means that every other survey is wrong across the country. It's an outlier, and we should be focused on what's happening overall across each of these states. And it really is a dead heat. I'm prepared to say that Trump does win Georgia. I'm prepared to give Wisconsin to Harris. These other states are just simply too close to call. And in the end, it is about turnout. It's about whether younger women vote, and they haven't in the past, whether union members and Latinos participate on the Republican side. I'm watching these very specific voter groups because they will make the decision. And right now, it really is a 50-50 race.
It's interesting to me, Frank, because I look at Nevada, and it's kind of fascinating because the early vote has done extraordinarily well. You look at Nevada, you look at Georgia, you look at some of these other states, and the early vote has done really, really well for Republicans. Do you see that as a trend, or what do you make of that?
It's a good point. I see it as a data point. And in the end, I'm watching these rallies to see, frankly, how many people show up, what the message is, whether they're communicating it. And both candidates seem to be hitting on all cylinders over the last 48 hours. For Donald Trump, if he wins in either Pennsylvania or Michigan, I don't see how he loses the election. but he's
Right.
got to win one of those two states. For Harris, if she takes Georgia, which will be decided early in the evening, North Carolina early in the evening, those two states are two incredibly powerful bellwethers that we should know by 10 or 10:30, maybe 11 o'clock. So we won't know the winner until Wednesday or Thursday, but we will have a bellwether by late Wednesday evening. And I understand you're doing your show late election night. Your show may be more instrumental in telling us what happens and who's the winner of any show.
That's a good plug, Frank Luntz. Watch Fox News at night. We're going to be on until the wee hours of the morning, and it might be decided there. Frank Luntz predicts that post-election accusations, I'm going to put these up on the screen, Frank, misinformation, undercounting, and corruption. I've got about 45 seconds left for you. What do you mean?
I don't accept it, is actually what I mean. I think we need to give people the right to count these ballots, that every legal voter has the right to vote, that every vote should be counted and every count should be verified. It really is that simple.
Why do you watch Today No
Breaking news.
Breaking news, the weather, what the fires, the
All
air
right.
quality.
I'm going to this. I'm going to.
God bless you and God bless America.
How did they get it all so wrong? Jon Stewart had this blunt message for pollsters.
I don't ever want to from you again, ever. I don't ever want to hear, we've corrected for the overcorrection of the voters. You don't know about.
Coming in for the most mockery is the highly regarded pollster who caused a sensation last weekend by claiming Kamala Harris led by 3 points in red state Iowa. The results showed just how wrong Jay Ann Self.
So shouldn't it? I mean, misinformation. Let's get her for misinformation, like I do with people on YouTube, right? Y'all get us on the social media stuff about misinformation that we don't be misinformation about. Right, that we don't misinforming about. Get her. Get this lady. Where's the misinformation, disinformation at? See? People pick and choose too much. That's what's wrong. That's what's wrong with this world.
Was.
The former president has won the state of Iowa.
Florida Senator Marco Rubio oozed with sarcasm. Wow, that Iowa poll was really accurate. Seltzer said today, I'll be reviewing data and I welcome what that process might teach me. CBS Mornings co-host Tony DeCopel says a big chunk of Americans are secret Trump voters. The pollsters had it all wrong. How did they get it so wrong?
It's very hard, it turns out, to adequately reach Trump supporters, get them on the phone, and then get their honest answers. Trump support was underpredicted, underpolled in 2016, underpolled in 2020, underpolled again in 2024.
Former Trump advisor Kellyanne Conway says Kamala's appearance on The View last month helped derail her campaign.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden?
Well,
there.
That's who asked the question. I was just talking with my boy Shaq earlier, and I was saying that's what I was saying. This I was saying this got her. I was saying the same thing, that this got her, and I was saying they tricked her. You know, this is supposed to be your sorority sister, right? But they crossed you up and they psychologically asked you something, and you didn't get it. That hurt you, because guess what? The border crisis, you're placing yourself at blame along with Joe Biden for all the stuff that's going on, and they asked you that and they tricked you up, right? They got her. I was saying this, so this is who asked her this question. Interesting. I'm telling you, this didn't look good for her, man.
There's not a thing that comes to mind.
I personally would like to thank the women of The View tonight.
Yeah.
For asking this question, for having her on. People who thought they were doing her a favor.
CNN's David Axelrod claims racism also played a role.
And anybody who thinks that did not in any way impact on.
Look, just because you're a Creed person, just because, you know what I mean, don't mean that you are down with our people. I don't, and it's funny because it's people that look like us. Y'all want to project it as racism to brainwash our people into thinking it was racism. No, it wasn't. Black men, come on, stop it. Black men voted for Hillary Clinton in large numbers back then when she was running. So they don't have nothing to do with no damn racism. That's a white woman. Come on now. Come on. Cut it out. You know what I'm saying? They voted for her. Right. Right. She played herself. You know what I'm saying? You know, he got. There's a couple things that made him win, man. And a lot of us didn't go out. We didn't go with, a lot of people, not just us, didn't vote. You know what I'm saying? Straight up.
On the outcome of this race is wrong.
But Trump made surprise gains among Latino voters, despite that joke by a comedian at the Madison Square Garden rally.
Okay, all right.
Kamala is the second woman candidate to be defeated by Trump, and major celebrity endorsements didn't help her.
Is this country not ready for a woman to become president?
The evidence would suggest it isn't.
This is the future of retail.
You've got two tracks you need to do first. You need people and you need tools. And I have to figure out.
My bad. All right, let me get into some. Damn, what else? I was gonna get into something else. What am I gonna get into? All right, let's get into this right here.
All right, back to the election day countdown. Nearly
Fair
80
use,
million
fair
Americans have already made their choice for president, but by all accounts,
Fair use 1976 under the Copyright Act, Section 107. This gives me allowance to record on this video for what's the name? A lot of purposes.
this race is
Criticism purposes, educational purposes.
far from decided. As we get ready for our wall-to-wall coverage tomorrow, I want to take a minute, step back, and look at the big picture for this race. So let's bring in CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent, Major Garrett. Major, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, my brother.
Welcome
to the space here,
Thank
Studio
you.
55.
I love your tech lair.
And it's very much a lair. So let me ask you, over the weekend, this Iowa poll broke. And it was interesting. This morning, I was in the green room of CBS Mornings talking to Republican strategist Terry Sullivan.
Yes.
And I said, hey, this poll had sort of a seismic effect on the people who watch this stuff. And he said, Ann Seltzer, who's a fabulous pollster, he's like, she's great, but there is a mystique around her numbers that may not be often warranted because she gets it wrong just as many times as other people get it wrong. What do you say to that?
Ann Seltzer got it right in 2016 and 2020 in Iowa. Her polling had more Trump support than was visible in other public polls and more visible nationally. Same thing in 2020. She has been spot on with every presidential poll she has done in this millennia, except for one in 2004. She had Kerry ahead of Bush. Bush won Iowa narrowly. Every other poll she's done statewide in Iowa right before the presidential election has been very, very close. And so she was ahead of the curve on Trump in 2016 and 2020. She's now ahead of the curve, if you will, on Harris. Harris doesn't need to be up by 3 in Iowa, Vlad, for this to be a signal. If Harris is within 4 in Iowa, which Trump has won by 8 and 10, that's indicative of a shift in the electorate's enthusiasm, composition, and orientation. And if she's within 3 or 4 in Iowa, she's probably ahead 2 or 3 in Wisconsin, 3 or 4 in Michigan, maybe 3 or 4 in Pennsylvania. That's why it's a potential signal that I think we need to pay attention to. What Ann Seltzer does in her polling is not model the previous election. She tries to anticipate the composition of the electorate in the election to come. That's how she got Trump in 2016 and 2020. She wasn't looking back at returns from 2012 and 2016 or at 2016 and 2020. She's trying to understand through enthusiasm measurements the shape of the electorate to come. She calls it polling forward, not polling backwards.
That's fascinating. So then so people who watch this stuff, and perhaps younger Americans who are going to the polls for the first time, they're trying to understand why a small state like Iowa matters so much, not just in the primary process, but even now by this poll. What does it signal for the rest of the Midwest?
It might signal that women responding to the end of Roe versus Wade and the Dobbs reality as lived out in Iowa, 6-week abortion ban, Texas, and elsewhere, not only identify this issue in a higher level of priority than they ever have before, but it becomes a kind of umbrella look into all sorts of related issues, not just reproductive health care, but health care writ large, and it can cross generations. This is definitely something Ann picked up in Iowa. Older voters in Iowa who are women, for whom abortion is not a direct issue, but they think about their daughters or granddaughters. They think about this in a generational sense because it's such an epic change, something that was
like they should. Why would you be for abortions anyway? And especially if it was the older you get, why would you be for that? You know, what about legacy? I don't know. Well, you know, I mean, people, I see these politicians and these people that put these damn laws and they don't look at it as if they were their family. You don't, you know what I'm saying? At all. No family pretext at all. These people are full of it. That abortion stuff, people need to wake up, man.
Assumed to be in the Constitution, at least protected as a constitutional right for 50 years, was altered, and states rewrote their understanding of those rights. That is, I think, the biggest shift in what's happened in America from the 2020 presidential election to this one. This is the first presidential since Roe was overturned. And I have to think we have to understand, I'm going to argue we should understand that this is the biggest unknown variable and how it will move people.
I don't think, well, people, honestly, it's sad that that's a real big issue like that. That's sad. These women, that's on y'all. I don't know. We already know that it's the European women that are making a big uproar over this anyway.
How it will change the composition of the vote, how it might change the orientation of this election among men who hear their girlfriends, spouses, mothers, grandmothers talk about this issue in a different way, and they may internalize it in a different way that polls have yet to evaluate.
And very quickly, in every instance that a abortion issue has appeared on the ballot, whether it's a blue state or a red state, what's the result generally?
Not only is it passed, it has performed better than the polls measured before the election occurred.
Meaning pro-abortion,
protecting abortion rights. And the polling of those questions has tended to undercount what the ultimate outcome was. So one of the things that makes the Trump people very happy is he's polling even. He's never polled even. He didn't poll even in 2016 or 2020, so they think he's going to jump up. Well, what if polling is actually capturing Trump now, but not capturing this other force?
Wow, fascinating. Major Garrett, so good to have you here, my friend. Always great to have you here.
There's always something, man. Yeah, they propaganda. All right, so let me go into, I got something else. They talking about a mash. I don't know. Let me see. Let me go into this right quick. Let me stop my screen. They're talking about something's going on. Shaq, what's up? What's up? Well, salute. Let me I'll send out the link right now, man. If y'all want to jump on, man. Just whoever this may concern, you know what I'm saying? Hold up. Wow. Here you go, fake book right here. Fake book. So I'll send out the link to in the group chat. I'll send out the link individually, man. All right, so let me see. Hold up. Let me check back. And then I get with Dawson, BJ, whoever else. Well, let me get. All right, bam. All right, so I got my Facebook fam ready. What up? Davo. I'm gonna have to send. Yeah, man, fuck it. Bam, let's do. Where you know what I'm saying? You want to jump on, man. The link is in the chat. I'm gonna race it in a little while. Some trolls. But yeah, man, I got some stuff to play, man. So we got some in North Carolina. So the psyops continue, baby. Let's not act like there were no psyops under Trump now, baby. Let's not act like that. Why's my sound? Why does the sound sound so low? If I was playing another kind of video, it wouldn't be sounding like that.
Just to confirm, does that include the Trailwood incident from this morning? Because
I can't barely hear.
we're saying we're investigating it as a separate incident.
Yes, we have included the Trailwood incident. In fact, we have had 2 incidents on Trailwood, and both are included.
And one of the people that was
why can't we still hear?
that at the Kentford Court location, or what's the significance of that location?
There we go.
I don't know that we had. DC, do you want to?
Shooting attack.
Yes, the
Raleigh,
investigation led us to that
Trump win
location.
presidency.
We got there.
So why they say after Trump win presidency? So what's the significance of that? What is so just because Trump won? What are y'all trying to link the shooting to that? You got to watch this news how they word.
The person of interest was inside the residence, as well as someone else that's tied to that residence. So we have 2 people detained at Kentford.
Leads. We understand that the community is concerned, and fear naturally follows whenever incidents of this magnitude occurs. I am a Raleigh resident too, and I share your sentiments. We are actively working with an incredible team of local, state, and federal partners who have graciously provided personnel and other resources to aid us in pursuing every lead. Our collaborative team is working nonstop around the clock.
So if it's a shooting in the house, what does that have to do? Why would you put that why would you put a shooting after Donald Trump wins when it was a shooting in somebody's random house? What does that have to do with anything? Shootings happen all the time. Stabbings happen all the time. People getting their ass whooped happens all the time. People getting kicked in the ass. That happens all the time. I don't understand. I don't get it.
And will continue to do so.
What does any of that got to do with Trump?
Please rest assured, the Raleigh Police Department and our law enforcement partners in the area are dedicated to promoting and ensuring the safety of our community. You have seen a presence of law enforcement officers along Interstate I-40 and in impacted neighborhoods. This visibility presence will continue, and it is also a testament of our commitment to the safety of our entire community. While we are following up on every investigative lead and utilizing our best data and intelligence, we will continue to implore the community that if you can recall anything, if you have seen anything that might be valuable to this investigation, this includes recalling any suspicious vehicles or persons anywhere near the locations of these incidents. We are asking if you have surveillance or dash cam footage or anything of value in those areas where we have had incidents to please call us. Please let us know. A reward of up to $10,000 is being offered for information leading to the arrest of the person or persons responsible for these crimes. You may contact Crime Stoppers at 919-996-3335, or you can visit Crime Stoppers at raleighcrimestoppers.org and click Leave a Tip on the top right of the page. I have to tell you that I'm extremely grateful and appreciative of the partnership of our public safety partners. Also, too, I'm thankful to the public for your vigilance and for your understanding. These investigations take time, and we are appreciative of your patience. Your safety is our top priority, and we will continue to provide updates as they become available to us. Thank you, and at this time.
All right, let's see. Oh, this is Oh, it's a roadway shooting. What is she? Yeah, I talk later. There's a multiple car shot. Damn. All right, fair use, fair use.
Hi, I'm Ritas, the CEO of Omniscient. Our CFO hates our pricing. Seriously.
Now, breaking news from WRAL. Coverage you can count on.
And right now at noon, team coverage of the breaking news that is unfolding right now just south and west of downtown Raleigh. I'm Jeff Hogan.
And I'm Renee Chu. Police from several agencies have swarmed an area along Trailwood Drive near I-40. Here is the area we are talking about. The shooting happened around 8:50 this morning. We know one car was hit.
And several cars have been hit by gun.
Did you see how the other news station worded it? after Trump victory. What does that any of that have to do with the shooting? These boys.
Far along I-40 over the last 4 days. We have been on the air with this breaking news on WRL News Plus and Fox 50 since about 10:30 this morning.
We expect a news conference from Raleigh Police any moment now, and we will take that live when that happens. Our team coverage this hour starts with WRL's Chelsea Donovan. Chelsea.
Yeah, Renee, so we, of course, have many questions for Raleigh Police as they are now investigating what appears to be 8 different incidents that have happened over the course of 4 days. This is still a very active scene here at Trailwood and Thistledown. You can see it is just filled with NC State police officers as well as Raleigh Police. Something interesting just happened, though. We saw the Raleigh Fire Department rehab unit, a big, massive tractor trailer go through there. So that's something that we have not seen before. I am now just blocks away where I have been earlier this morning, which was at the University Suites apartment complex. That is where a call came in at 8:53 this morning. Raleigh police responded, and what they found was that a white sedan had a bullet hole in it right underneath the driver's side mirror, so narrowly missing that driver. Keith right now is showing you Deputy Chief Rico Boyce. You can probably just see the top of his head. He is going to come give a long-awaited update. We have so many questions from, who is this person? What is their motive? Do they have a description of this person? Are they firing from a vehicle? Are they firing from on foot?
See,
This one is a little bit different than the pattern that we have.
Y'all keep it real. Shaq, what up? Y'all been noticing, y'all keep it real. I've been reporting a lot of these stories, these mass shootings. You don't hear nobody, and a lot of times the police are not giving any descriptions. What's up with that? Why do we not have no description of this person? Why are we not having no pictures of this person? We ain't got no mug shots of the person. Like, what's good? What's going on? So you're not going to reveal the suspect's name or who the suspect is? Well, I don't know, man. Maybe is this a crisis actor or something? Because like I said, you got to go home. When you're a crisis actor, you got to go home. Either go home, you either don't want to die, or you can't go to jail. You got to go home. You got to make it home. So, I mean, I don't know, man. It's a lot of this stuff just, I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying?
I've seen earlier this week where we had 2 incidents on I-40. One woman was injured. She was shot in the leg. Fast forward to yesterday, we had 4 different incidents that occurred along I-40 by Chapel Hill Road.
Where they all looking and walking, this looks like a photo op, to be honest with you. I'm not lying. Let's go.
Gorman, Buck Jones. Now we're here just a little bit off of 40. This is sort of sandwiched between Avon Ferry Road and Tryon Road. You can see many Raleigh police officers coming up here now. We're going to go ahead and see if we can get with Lieutenant Borneo. He's going to introduce some of our speakers.
Brian Harrison over our Field Operations Division. Deputy Chief Boyce. Thank you, Lieutenant. Yes. I want to thank all our news and media partners for being here today. I'm Deputy Chief Rico Boyce. I want to provide an update of an incident that occurred here on Trailwood Drive this morning. I want to say we're actively investigating this, so we have not linked this to any other incidents. So what I do know right now is that just after 8:50 this morning, we got a call from an adult male who was traveling on Trailwood Drive. As he was traveling on Trailwood Drive, his vehicle was struck by one single bullet on the driver's side. He was not injured when that bullet entered his vehicle.
You're lucky he didn't crash.
He was able to pull away and call 911. RPD officers from the Southwest District, along with NC State Police Department, responded. NC State responded because of the proximity to their campus. Once officers got here on scene, they determined that it was only one adult male in the vehicle and he was not injured. We began to set up a crime scene to contain evidence that we have recovered here at the scene. We also made notifications to Wake County Public Schools. Centennial Middle School is currently on a code yellow lockdown. There is no threat to Centennial Middle School.
Why is it on
there
lockdown?
Also is no
Why is it on a lockdown then?
no credible threat to the public at this time. We are
Why is it on lockdown?
Investigating this as a single incident, and as we get more details, we would share those details.
I will say the same thing. When we get more details, we'll let you know. Then why are you reporting on it in the beginning then, man? Change it. Oh no.
Large police presence. It's just like I said yesterday that we are getting help from the State Highway Patrol. The helicopter was used, the Wake County Sheriff's Office, as well as NC State Police. We all are working diligently to make sure that we keep our community safe. I want to ensure the community that we're doing all we can as a city of Raleigh to make sure that our citizens are safe. So as we get more information, we will provide that information. But right now, I'll reiterate, we have one adult male who was traveling on Trailwood, and he had one bullet that entered the driver's side of his vehicle, and he was not injured. We are investigating that matter. If we are able to determine that this is associated with something else, we will tell you. But right now, I have no credible information to make that determination. That's all I have at this time. We will provide an update later. Thank you.
Deputy Chief Boyce, I mean, how can you tell people there's no credible threat if you're unaware?
Damn, didn't I just say that? Why would you, if you're not aware, why would you let people know there's a threat if you don't even? Sometimes these reporters they be asking them good questions, man. What are these motherfuckers talking about, bro? Just fear mongering.
All right. Are you guys with me here now? Please let. Okay, so obviously you heard a really minimal update from Deputy Chief Boyce with Raleigh Police. Obviously, we know that they're investigating an incident where a gentleman was driving to work on Trailwood early this morning. That is the vehicle, and hopefully we can show you some of that video that we captured earlier this morning.
All right, let's get to the. Now they're saying that they caught this person. All right.
We have a development. This is in a collection of roadway shootings.
Fast as hell too. Let's go.
That appear to be connected over a string of days. We have an update now.
An arrest has been made. Chelsea Donovan has been following this story for us all day. Chelsea, this happened, the arrest happened off of Tryon Road, is that right?
Video. What's up, Chelsea? Fair use, fair use.
We're not certain if it is an arrest yet, but we're in a very active scene here in this neighborhood, and we want to show you kind of what's unfolding here. Just a few moments ago, we saw probably 3 or 4 Raleigh police officers.
How do you say if you're not sure if it's an arrest, but then on the title it says arrest made? Come on.
Roll into this neighborhood, and then we heard about 3 flashbangs and then a cloud of smoke and a lot of police activity, and now they are hovered around a home in this area. This is about a mile from where we were earlier today, and we're going to be bringing you some of that video of what we captured here in just a few minutes. But there are probably close to 20 or 25 Raleigh police officers in this location, and most everybody here is staying inside of their home. We see crime scene investigators now, SWAT teams. We can see more Raleigh police officers walking up here on scene. We can see detectives here. Obviously, this location is interesting because it's very close to where we were earlier today when that other incident happened off of Trail Road near NC State's campus. So we are not exactly certain as to what's going on in this home or in this driveway, but we believe that they are connected. Let's go to Sky 5 now, who is hovering.
How did they catch this person?
Over this scene right now. I can see Sky 5 from my vantage point.
How did they end up at this house?
And I can also see 2 Raleigh police officer drones over the air in this neighborhood. There is a very large police presence in this neighborhood. And in fact, they do have the neighborhood up completely blocked off for safety. We are at a safe location now. Once we heard those 2 flashbangs and we saw Raleigh police surrounding a car and a home, we felt it was safe to get out of the car and bring you this.
These motherfuckers shooting flashbangs. Are they going to the right house?
Latest information. Of course, this is a scene that has been unfolding for many days since Monday, and we are hoping that this is the conclusion to this. Obviously, this is still a very active scene here in this area that is right off of Tryon Road.
When it's somebody that don't look like us, they be camped. Boy. When somebody don't look like us, they give them the grace, all that. They give them the benefit of the doubt like a motherfucker, boy. So, excuse me, y'all. All right. Interesting. I'm gonna play the rest of this and I'm gonna go to
If you guys want me to, I can show you the video that we captured today. Keith, if you
She
want to
got on
go
the
into
phone.
your
She burnt
phone,
out.
we can kind of
You
show
know, this
what
is-
we saw
you know,
when
this
this
ain't-
all
this- you know, this
unfolded.
a local
Here we see the
news
Raleigh
station.
police
Like, let me
officer
play some
tactical
phone.
team getting out.
Ain't that a bitch?
I'm going to move up the volume. You can hear
like
the two.
She playing it from a phone. Ain't that a motherfucker, boy? This lady.
Many
so good.
flashbangs there. So this is a scene that is unfolding right here before us now. Of course, we're at a safe distance. You can still see some of the Raleigh police officers in tactical gear
What are they doing?
right here in this location.
Look, check this out.
Off of Tryon
Look,
Road.
check this
Sky 5 hovering over this scene now. And of course, we are waiting.
Why are y'all doing this just for? So you're doing this because for somebody that shot at cars. What? Get that nigga, man. Get that person, bro. Why y'all sugar? Why y'all acting like it's a stakeout or something? Man, go in and get this dude. Boy, if it was one, see, that lets you know it's not one of us. They would have been killed. They went in there and killed that one already. That lets you know it's somebody that don't look like us. That's that lets you know that clear indication. They over here sugarfooting. They over here camped out. I'm surprised they don't see no barbecue grill.
To see
like
what has
them
been
tailgating
unfolding
outside this
here
blue house.
in this neighborhood over the past hour.
Chelsea, give me an idea because it's been interesting listening to police here. They've been reluctant to connect a lot of these shootings in any specific ways. And we're saying some interesting things earlier about there was no threat to the community. And those kind of did not seem to align with the way people were feeling as random.
You know what? Because it's a story. It sounds like BS. That's why.
Shots appeared to be hitting cars on I-40. Give me an idea of what, if anything, you've learned since those earlier news conferences today and what brought you to that specific community.
Okay. I assume that you've got the latest information, Dan, about now we've got 12 victims in this case, 8 vehicles, 4 residents, 1 person that was injured. Obviously, this is new information that's being released by the Raleigh Police Department. They had been reluctant earlier today to give us any suspect information or if this person
they did all that just
was
for
shooting
one person, though?
shooting cars from
They
a
don't got no
car
shoes on?
on foot. Okay. I can see Sky 5. All right. It sounds to me that if we're looking at Sky
They did all that for one person. But see, didn't I say he didn't look like us? I did not tell you that.
I-5 right now, and I'm relying on my producers to give me the most accurate information. I'm looking from the ground, they're looking from above, and it appears that they do have a suspect that is handcuffed on the ground. And of course, if you guys can give me any more clues as to what you're seeing there, we do see.
Chelsea, we can take it over because we're looking at the images right now. They took
these psyops. Always have police showing police going inside their trunks. These shootings, every time you see one of these mass shootings or a shooting or one of these incidences where it kind of seems like a psyop, they always show police walking around and then they show police going inside the trunk for whatever fucking reason. Oh, boy, I tell you, boy, this shit is coded, but then it's symbolic too, though. It's certain things they do that you got to pick up on.
who appears to be a young man out of the house, hands behind his back as he is being put now in the back of a Raleigh police SUV.
Look how gentle they are with the dude.
He seems to be,
hella gentle, hella light. Everybody's good spirited. Everybody's respectful to the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like
going willingly. This isn't a super tense situation that we are looking at here as he's walking into the back of this police cruiser. But to your point, Chelsea, that you've been making, we are seeing a lot of officers around.
They're not saying these mass shootings. You either see a gang of police walking around, you see a gang of police, and you see police going inside their trunk. Did you just hear what she said? It seems like a lot of officers here. Why is there so many damn cops? Boy, these motherfuckers, they show you that they be throwing the psyops, dude. They show it. They show it. Speaking of psyop, you know what I'm saying? Let's get into this Zach Hubbard, man. Let me get into a little bit of Zach Hubbard, then I'm going to go into this little bit of Edward Bernays. You know what I'm saying? Shaq, what up? What's good? What you think about that video, Shaq? Shaq, what you think about that video, man? What you think about what I just showed right now, man? Does it seem kind of interesting or what?
Yo.
What you think about that video I just showed? What up, man?
What's up with?
Chilling. What you think about that? The little video I showed. Did it seem kind of weird or what, man? I think it seemed like kind of weird.
That's been playing this stuff on the phone, huh?
Oh, you didn't see? Well, I just played the. It was just a video about. They said it was a suspect dude that was going around like shooting, shooting people on the interstate state or something like that. And they just, they caught this barely caught up to him. But the way they was acting about the situation, they was out in front of the house for like an hour or something just to take one dude down. And then it was I think they talking about it was flash grenades. Why would you have to throw a flash grenade for one guy? And then the way they took him in was, so you did all that, and then you got all this tactical gear and all this SWAT, and then flash grenades, but then you take him in really, really carefully, and there was no struggle or nothing. What you think about that? That was weird. That was weird what I just played right now. I'm like, yeah, this shit's some stage shit. You know what I'm saying? You got to be careful. And then the other video, they worded it. Watch, let me see if I can go back. They worded it shooting after Trump wins. You know what I'm saying? What was that all about? Let me play this a little bit of the Zach Hubbard, man. You know what I'm saying? The Gematria effect. He gonna break down the new secretary. Let me see. What is she? Chief of Staff. So let's go into this, man. Let's go into this, man. Let's see if them numbers. Shout out to Zach Hubbard, man. Shout out to Zach Hubbard. Check out his channel, Gematria Effects. He be spitting. He breaking down the numerology and gematria.
Stop your online nightmares with Surfshark and enjoy online security made easy.
Welcome back, True Seeker. The breaking news this evening. Donald Trump names campaign manager as his chief of staff. Susie Wiles becomes the 32nd chief of staff in U.S. history. The first woman after Trump, the lady abuser, beats a woman for the second time in a rigged selection. And you know how we always talk about how sports are rigged and elections are rigged and news is rigged and we prove it every single day? Like how they just synced up Monday Night Football and Mahomes from White House, Texas, with his very symbolic win before Trump wins with asterisk marks all over the place. Do you know who the father is of Susie Wiles? It's Pat Summerall, who, of course, played in the NFL and was a longtime commentator with John Madden, calling football games for decades. If you grew up playing Madden NFL, you heard the voice of Pat Summerall. But want to guess what pick in the draft Pat Summerall was? You want to take one guess what pick number he was? He was the 45th pick of the 1952 NFL draft in light of Donald Trump being number 45. Also, Susie has a May 14th birthday, Israel's birthday. And that means today's 177 days after her birthday. The Jesuit Order 177. New World Order 177. Today, Putin gave a speech about Trump's reselection and spoke of how the New World Order is coming to be. Go back and look up the exact quote. But again, we had to get another New World Order reference. And it should remind you that the Jesuit Order was preserved in Russia in the time of Catherine the Great, in the time of their suppression, which is the time this country was founded. But yes, Susie Summerall Wiles, the son of Pat Summerall, the 45th pick of the 1952 draft, mind you, and that was 72 years ago. And, of course, Jesuit Order 72, like we got the first Jesuit Pope on the 72nd day of the year. President Trump equals 72, Jesuit educated at Fordham. President Biden, 72, also Jesuit educated, 2 Jesuit prep schools in his upbringing. But, yes, you can't make this stuff up, True Sicker. All by the numbers. And you know what? In light of her being the 32nd person to hold the position, she now will. 32 teams in the NFL. NFL equals 32, like America, like Scottish, like 32 sun rays on the Jesuit Order. Logo, like how their motto, Ad Merum Dei Gloriam, is shared by the 32nd degree of the Scottish Rite when Jesuit priests wrote the rites of the Scottish Rite And again, one more time, if you missed the video earlier today, Trump being named the president in the early hours of November 6th, that was the 32nd anniversary of his speech or his interview with Charlie Rose about the comeback. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's that scripted. Roses represent secrecy, and secret societies are running it all. DC's the Masonic city, and American football is credited to the Freemason Walter Camp.
Walter Camp. Shout out to Zach Hubbard. I'm gonna play another video real quick, but let me go into this real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Do not wait.
Fair use under the Copyright Act, under Section 107. This give me allowance to report on this for commentary and educational purpose. Let me go in on this real quick, just to show you how much propaganda and how under mind control most people are. Right? Let's go. Damn it.
Until you have dry lips to start treating them. You want to prevent your lips from getting dry. And that's really the key. I use lip balm multiple times throughout the day. I use it when I wake up in the morning, before I go outside in the cold, after I drink a hot beverage. When your lips need moisture, I recommend Blistex.
The Proud Boys militia is reportedly gearing up for potential violence should Donald Trump lose. Proud Boys stocking up, getting ready. It's going to be bigly.
Okay, check this out. Why are these people not prosecuted then? Why are these people not brought in for questioning? Why are they not getting indicted then? What's up with that? So Puffy's getting indicted for some bullshit, even though that's staged. But Puffy's getting, and these other motherfucking entertainers and Young Thug and all these motherfuckers getting indicted and shit. But see, how do you indict an entertainer? Of course, it's going to be federal because, you know what I'm saying, these entertainers are in the industry. So that's going to be federal off top. But how do you indict an entertainer, a rapper, somebody that you know, you're the FBI, you know this person's a rapper. You know this person's an entertainer. Very interesting, I think. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Goes this posting by a Proud Boys chapter on Truth Social. Catherine Keneally is a former intelligence analyst with NYPD.
It is very likely that we may see individuals or small groups engaged in activities motivated by election conspiracy theories, depending on how this plays out.
They're so biased. The Proud Boys believe Trump himself is sending them a message by wearing Proud Boy yellow and black colors at recent rallies.
Proud Boys are definitely noticing when Trump wears yellow and black, and I think they view it as a signal that they should be standing by.
The election is entering its final day amid unprecedented security. It's all hands on deck as police departments across America are canceling vacations to assign as many officers to polling places as possible. The National Guard is being activated in Washington State and Nevada, and there are even rooftop snipers ready to guard a vote counting center in Phoenix. Federal agencies conducted an exercise on the grounds of the Capitol that appeared focused on foiling another January 6th-style riot, where the Proud Boys played a key role. Fences are going up around government buildings, and many businesses are boarding up windows in anticipation of violence, including this McDonald's. Runback, the company that prints ballots for 30 states, is also distributing panic buttons for election workers that call 911. And in LA, bomb-sniffing canine teams are checking mail-in ballots for explosives. It seems to be a very tense situation across the country.
We always have to be prepared. You prepare for the worst and you hope for the best.
Venomize your browser. With the deadly host mod. Animated wallpaper. Shader.
Всего мира. Русская революция 1917 года, как в свое время нидерландская, английская, Великая Французская революция, стали в известной степени вехами в развитии человечества. Во многом определили ход истории, характер политики, дипломатии, экономики и общественного устройства. Нам с вами также выпало жить в эпоху кардинальных, по сути, революционных перемен. Эти 2 десятилетия не просто были насыщены важнейшими, подчас драматическими событиями, поистине исторического масштаба. На наших глазах формируется совершенно новое мировое устройство, не похожее на то, что мы знаем из прошлого, например, Вестфальскую или Ялтинскую систему. Поднимаются новые державы. Народы четче и яснее осознают свои интересы, свою...
Come on, why is it? I thought this motherfucker knew English. So basically he said it was a new world order. Why is he bringing up new world order? Look at y'all. Says a new world order is underway. What's up with that? Is Putin telling us something we don't know? A new world order? You got to be careful when they use that. Interesting. He said there's a new world order underway. Wow. Very interesting. So let me go back to this and play another. Let me play another Zach Hubbard and let me see. Oh, you know what? No, this is not what I was going to play. Let me play it. Hold up. Wait a motherfucker, I'm back. All right, hold up. Let's see. Okay, let me play it. So let me play this video real quick, man. We play like 10, 15 minutes. Shout out to Zach Hubbard. Check out Gematria Effect. Check out her channel. Salute. You know what I'm saying?
Heroin and fentanyl, and Big Pharma is making the biggest profits they ever have. All over the streets, people are addicted to not only heroin, they're addicted to things like Percocet 30s. And Big Pharma is gloating about how much money, how many record profits there are right now. You guys think about this. The Bible, Genesis 11:9. Genesis 11:9, if you're not familiar, is where the Tower of Babel, the story ends. The Tower of Babel, the tower that divides the world, it ends in Genesis.
So get it? Genesis 11:9, Tower of Babel, 9:11, right? In reverse, get it?
11:9. The majority of the world writes the date, September 11th, 11/9. And stop me if you've heard this one before, but from the day that Obama took office to the day that Osama was killed was exactly 119 weeks. 119. And they said Osama was killed in Pakistan. Please look up the founder of Pakistan. He was killed on September 11th. Go figure. There's also something known as the 9/11 at Chile, where the CIA went in and overthrew their leader. That also happened on September 11th. That was our CIA. Speaking of the CIA, George Herbert Walker Bush, not to be confused with George Walker Bush, who was the president when 9/11 happened. He was the 11th director of the CIA. George H.W. Bush, the 11th director of the CIA on September 11th, 1990, 11 years to the day of the attack. He gave a speech about a new world order, a world freer of terrorism. And we all know what happened 11 years later. Again, New York, the 11th state, the buildings that look like an 11 that came down after flight AA-11. 11 is the master number in numerology. You might think numerology is stupid. You might think astrology is stupid. You might think that's old world fashion stuff. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you, but the people who rule over us, it's very important to them. They use it every single day. And again, notice the number 119. If you don't know how numerology works, you just add a bigger number until you compress it to either a single digit or the number 11 or 22. 1 + 1 + 9 is 11. Before 9/11, one of the biggest tragedies in this nation's history was JFK. He was killed on 11/22. 11 is the master number, 22 is the master builder number. And here we are in 2022 trying to undo what this corrupt cabal does to us every single day, using this occult knowledge to torment us. Now, if you've never heard this word before, please look it up. Gematria. Gematria. The word gematria is a biblical practice. It is the practice of coding numbers into words. And the reason you must know this practice is because it reveals what's really being done. Again, I just told you that from when Obama took office to when Osama was killed was exactly a span of 119 weeks. And again, he was killed in Pakistan. He was killed in Pakistan, Osama, so they tell us. But again, the founder of Pakistan was also killed on September 11th. Right now in Pakistan, they are underwater. And in astrological terms, people might blame Poseidon for the current flooding of Pakistan. The old world would say, oh, that's Poseidon that's done that. Well, are you aware that on the World Trade Center was the trident of Poseidon? You can go down to the museum right now and they have an exhibit called Trident Strong. You guys, the trident is the spear of Poseidon. In Gematria, Poseidon equals 119. Osama bin Laden was killed in Operation Neptune Spear. Operation Neptune Spear. Neptune is Poseidon in astrology. You guys, numerology and astrology are very important to the people who govern over us. It's old world occult knowledge that's always been shared and held by the ruling elite. Nothing has changed from the time of Babylon to right now. This is New Babylon. And again, if you learn this knowledge, you will see through what's going on every single day. That is not an exaggeration. Just as it's so current, you guys, I want you to think about this one too. We just heard about the death of Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth just died exactly 911 days after the pandemic was declared. The pandemic was declared March 11th, 2020. She died September 8th, 911 days later. Of course, Corona means crown. She wore the crown. Now she's been replaced by her son, King Charles. If you got a question for us, come talk to us, sir. You don't got to yell at us and walk by. We're happy to answer your questions. Yeah, it takes courage to come confront somebody face to face instead of screaming at them from a mile away. But anyhow, you guys, here's something I really want you to look into. I want you to understand why there were 2 towers that became 0, that became 1. It's the same reason that right before coronavirus, the same people who are now profiting from the pandemic had something called Event 201. If you don't know about this,
come on now. We got to be on it.
Please look it up. You all got your smartphones in your pocket. Type in Event 201. You will see it took place October 18th, 2019. It was a simulation of a coronavirus pandemic put on the exact same day the military world games began in Wuhan, China. That's a major coincidence. And some of us use that word way too much to dismiss what's really going on, like these ladies walking by looking and laughing. Took place in your city. Anyhow, Event 201 was the coronavirus simulation. Again, Queen Elizabeth just died on September 8th. You might recall earlier this year, Charles had COVID, and then they said the Queen caught COVID shortly after. Well, from the day that the Queen caught COVID to the day that she died was exactly 201 days later. And again, exactly 911 days after the pandemic was declared. On 9/11, 2 towers became 0 before they became 1. I'll tell you something else, another big 201 in history, because it's another hot topic right now. 5 years before the World Trade Center was opened on April 4th, 1973, there was a major tragedy in this nation. April 4th, 1968, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. And exactly 201 days later, this nation had its first gun control laws.
What y'all think about that? Right after, man, Come on now. You got the gun control laws right after Martin Luther King get assassinated. Say it. Bam. These motherfuckers strategic. Shaq, what do you think about that? That's pretty deep, huh? Just that topic alone, Shaq. What you think? You know what I'm saying? Shaq, what you think? That shit is crazy, man. That shit is wild. You know, ain't no excuse. There ain't no coincidence. There's not a coincidence. No such thing as coincidence. That's how I look at it. You know, that's straight up. Man. All right, let's keep going a little bit.
This is going on all throughout history, guys. These same patterns, creating nature tragedies and then taking away our rights and liberties and blaming it on boogeymen, Nazis, people who aren't really responsible for the crimes. Again, you guys,
And he out there in the rain.
He
out there in the rain. They rain or shine, they out there. That's what's up, though. Man, you know what I'm saying? Them people in New York, a lot of them are stupid as motherfucker. I'm from New York. A lot of motherfuckers stupid. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, there's a lot of people out there, they're not listening to this shit. They walking by, they fucking idiots. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you you give them, that's because that's, there's a lot of shopping over there in Times Square. So at times there's gonna be a lot of squares down there shopping, you know what I'm saying? So and not paying attention to the real shit. Let's just keep it 100. So I don't know, man. This gematria shit is wild. I need to study. I mean, not even just, but he's talking gematria, but at the same time, he's more or less connecting his events together and then using numbers more or less. You see what I'm saying? Because more other videos, he's just talking straight gematria and connecting shit. But he's really breaking down events and then kind of a little bit of that. He's breaking down a lot of events that really are true. They really did go over there for the poppy seeds. All that's true. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I could still listen to it because I know that's true. I know that Afghanistan, they were against it, and then America made them against it again. I mean, made them for it. Or made them grow it. That's why they did what they did. That's why 9/11 didn't have anything to do with Afghanistan, but that's why they made an excuse to go out there and do that.
I thank all the people who walked by and then stopped to listen for a moment, but those people have been few and far between.
Hey, well, I need to study it more too.
As we talk about the truth and the biggest lie that's resulted in the deaths of millions of people.
What he's saying is, a lot of what he's saying is a fact. It's facts, though.
You are part of the problem. All of you guys who just believe what the authority tells you day after day, I want you to think about that word believe. Spell it out. Spell out the word believe. How do we spell it? It has a bizarre spelling. B-E-L-I-E. Lie. B-E. Be the lie. How many of us are being a part of the lie? How many of us don't care about the lie? You guys, this is why we continue to be tormented and harassed by the ruling class psychopaths who govern over us. The problem with this world is we've been raised. Well, think about it, you guys. How many of you really wanted to be in that classroom, sitting there in your desk, getting those mostly meaningless lessons while you were told you were so free? We're going to pause for the fire department. The Bronx, my friend I'm going to pass the microphone to my friend Arthur. Another great researcher in this community who wants to make this world a better place, is right here from New York. We need the rest of New York to become like homegrown Arthur right here. Listen to this man speak. He's brilliant. Hello, everybody. My name is Arthur. I'm from the Bronx. You see my skin color? A lot of you say, I'm not going to listen to that guy because he got the same skin color as me. And that's the problem. You guys are judging people on the color of their skin and not what they're telling you. You know, when I came across this work, I was like, let me see if it's true. So what I did, I applied the information that it's something I just spoke about moments earlier. Jay-Z, one of the biggest rappers out of New York City. There you go. He put out the greatest album of all time, The Blueprint, the same day that the Twin Towers fell. Well, that's just a coincidence, Arthur. No. Jay-Z is the CEO of Rockefeller Records. The Twin Towers were made possible by the Rockefeller brothers, David Rockefeller and his brother Nelson Rockefeller, who was the governor in 1968. Remember that number, 1968. David Rockefeller, he brought the idea to the forefront, and his brother, who was the governor, he signed it into legislation in 1968. Now, why does that matter? Just think about it. The CEO of Rockefeller Records drops his album the same day that the Rockefeller buildings come down. Did you guys know that the Twin Towers had nicknames? They did. One was called David, and the other one was called Nelson, after the Rockefeller brothers. So literally, the Rockefellers came down and dropped the same day that the CEO of Rockefeller Records dropped the Blueprint. And what does blueprint mean? Well, it's a design plan, and that's what 9/11 was. Oh, speaking of 9/11, what are the odds that 911 was made the emergency dialing code in 1968? Remember 68? The name Sean Carter equals 68 in his language of gematria. Yes, sir. You guys know who died on the 68th day of the year in 1997? The notorious B.I.G. He was the biggest rapper out of Brooklyn, the biggest rapper. He was literally the king of New York, but then he died 213 days after his daughter's birthday in a drive-by shooting, which equals 213. Just like how Tupac died 213 days after his All Eyes on Me album came out on February 13th, a drive-by shooting and death on both 213, but that's a different story. Back to 68.
LA 213 area code.
Yes, it's got a 213 area code. Biggie Smalls. Back to 68. So Biggie Smalls dies on the 68th day of the year.
Right.
You guys remember his debut single, Juicy? He said he wants to get paid and blow up like the World Trade. Wow.
Damn. Okay, I can see where they're coming from with this.
How did he know that? Because that song came out in 1994. But the Twin Towers fell in 2001. Wait, that's just a coincidence though. It's like that's a coincidence that Prince, he put out a song called Obama's Getting Ready to Bomb. Guys, on YouTube. Prince, he put out a song called Osama is Getting Ready to Bomb in 1999. That was what, 2 years before 9/11. How did he know?
In the Netherlands.
I gotta get back to New York. Gotta get ready for the bombs.
Yeah, I remember that.
Back to 68. George Bush graduated from Yale University in 1968. That same year, 911 was made the emergency dialing code. That same year, the construction began for the Twin Towers. Wow. You guys, remember what I said about 97, right? Jay-Z became the biggest rapper in the year 97. You guys know who died at the age of 97? John Rockefeller, the grandfather of David and Nelson. Wow, another coincidence, man. How many does it take? You guys want to know one more fun fact? 13 days, 13, remember that number, because the Illuminati love that number. 13 days after his album came out on September 14, 2001, Jay-Z put out a freestyle. You guys want to guess what he called it? He called it 911. Letting people know that his album dropped the same day that the Twin Towers dropped, and people didn't even catch on. The CEO of Rockefeller Records. Man, speaking of Jay-Z, think about it. He put out his biggest album on 9/11, the day that Osama supposedly brought the towers down. And then what did he do 7 years later? He put out a song called My President is Black and got Obama elected. What's the difference between the name Osama and Obama?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking that too. I was thinking that too,
Letter B and S, like bullshit.
Let's go, nigga. Talk that shit.
Speaking of bullshit,
Talk that shit.
how many Kobe Bryant fans out here? Raise your hands. Kobe Bryant. Did you guys know he scored 81 points on his 666 career game. Did you guys know that?
Why 81?
Be honest, does anybody know that?
I did. Career record.
Well, in that same game, his teammates scored 41 points. Remember that number, 41. In gematria, the name Kobe Bryant equals 41. His last game, remember against the Utah Jazz, he took like 50 shots and still was able to score 60 points. Well, they took him out of the game with exactly 4.1 seconds left on the clock. 4.1. Like how he died in the helicopter crash 41 minutes after takeoff with the pilot named Ara Sabanya, a guy whose name equals 41. Man, and why is 41 so special? Well, because in gematria, USA equals 41, and that's why the towers came down on the day with 41 numerology. If you're new to this, if you're just listening to this first time, then all you have to do is search what is gematria. Also, look into the Illuminati. There's not a conspiracy theory. The Illuminati is a real thing.
History.
And they control you guys every single day, and you don't even notice it. One more riddle before I end it. How many people ever came across the number 42? Anybody?
I said a lot of niggas had.
Well, if you're a black person, then you probably know this. Jackie Robinson, the first black baseball player, he wore the number 42, right? Okay. Did you know his name Jackie equals 42? There was a black baseball player that came before him. His name was Moses Walker, who played exactly 42 baseball games, and his name equals 42. Actually, speaking of 42, not too long ago I wrote a poem. You guys want to hear it? All right, it goes like this. Actually, I forgot. Let me just, what is it? Okay. Hey, let me just look at it, guys, because it's been a while since It's like slavery and bigotry. They do too. You see, Black History Month is in February, and February equals 42. You see, that number has been stamped all over Black history. It's so true. The first black baseball player was Jackie Robb, number 42. If you write out Jackie, that sums to 42. There was a guy named Moses Walker who played 42 games. And what does his name equal? Well, 42. Think about the Martin show. He lived in apartment 42. And if you write out Martin, that sums to 42. His next door neighbor, Shanae, her name equals that too. You guys remember Ronnie King? Well, he was born on April 2nd, 4-2. You see, LeBron James, he lost to the Pacers by 42. And if you write out LeBron James, that sums to 42. His pops, Nate Thurman, he wore the number 42. LeBron was born December 30th. That's 42.
February.
Anthony Davis' birthday is 42 weeks before his too. What about his teammate, Russell Westbrook, who set the triple-double record in a single season with? All right, man, shout out to, man, he was spending some shit, though. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Zach Hubbard, man. Check out his channel. It's Gematria Effect. You know what I'm saying? So let me go into this. You know what I'm saying? Shaq, what you think about that, man? Let's see. I don't even know why. Should I play this one? I'm gonna play a little bit of this Industry Hoax too, man. Shout out to Industry Hoax. Check out his channel. I know certain people might not like what I'm playing. I ain't even plan on playing this. So I'm gonna play like 5 or 10 minutes of this one, man. All right.
Now, how do you know if you know how to do?
Salute. All right.
activism, dancing, all the essential components of the thriving youth culture. These things were practically invented by the gays. The book titled How Gays and Lesbians Shaped Hollywood brings Tupac to mind.
Yeah, well, you already
In
know
the
about the
previous
right now.
chapter, we stated Tupac set the stage for hip-hop to become what it is today. Stepping back and looking at everything, I could see how Tupac falls in line with this idea of gays shaping Hollywood.
Gangsta crew in the house. It's my boy Tupac Shakur.
Fair use, fair use.
Ice-T.
Under the Copyright Act.
Snoop Doggy Dogg.
Fair
Issue
use.
1. Violence in rap music. Too much? Tupac.
You see, that's the thing. We're just a reflection of society, all right? All right, you got cold pepperoni and cold sauce. You ain't gonna bust a cap in it. I gotta shoot.
Boss, shoot him. I say shoot him. Now, let's say, you know, like, you know, you get out the car, right? You know, somebody step on my Air Jordans, right? You know, and, you know, you expect me to, you know, wait, you know, days to kill the man. You know, I ask you, know, is that just, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what the hell you saying.
I already got plenty of guns, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, me too.
Shoot. Healthcare crisis.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost to the point where you're afraid to shoot people. I mean, not me personally, you know, because I will shoot people, but, you know,
we
some
know
people...
that, homeboy. Walking across the street, pow, pow! Fucking town.
Hey, not until we have universal health care in this country will you be able to be free to shoot anybody, anytime you choose.
I tell you what about NAFTA, all it means to me is that I can shoot cops in 3 different countries. That's all that means. Bang, bang, bang.
Well, I mean, hey, shoot to kill. Shoot to kill.
All right, shut up. Tupac.
I predict this year the cops are going to insist on harassing me every time I bust a little cap in somebody's butt.
I'm gonna blow out your other eye.
No. You put that thing.
Hey, shoot the bitch and you're dead.
Hey, let me point the thing, little man. Understand what I'm saying?
All right, now dropping Snoop on your 6 fake J.
That's all the time you got for the night.
We're clear. Can I have the prize? I need the prize. Great job. Thank you.
I was playing
I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. Snoopy Dog. It's your stockbroker.
Oh, man, what's up?
You know, I told him to keep his money in utilities, and he just doesn't listen. You know, that's
Hussy. She's got 6 condos in Long Beach.
Oh, you're flying.
Now, what's a guy got a pimp slap to get a cappuccino around this place?
Hussy. She's got 6 condos in Long Beach.
Oh, you're flying.
What they trying to say?
Once you look back, you start to notice that Hollywood has always made references to Tupac being bisexual. Pay attention to the clip and notice out of all of the rappers they made Tupac the gay one. Inside Hollywood joke, maybe, but it doesn't stop there.
utilities, and he just doesn't listen. You know, that's
Hussy. She's got 6 condos in Long Beach.
Oh, you're flying.
Now, what's a guy got a pimp slap to get a cappuccino around this place? You ice cream.
In a sense, the In Living Color skit told the truth about the artist of that time. The female rapper Boss was exposed for being a fraud, Snoop was never a gangster, and Ice-T was nothing more than controlled by the United States Army, with his scripted cop killer controversy. Made to appear as the dumbed-down poor street thugs, but in reality, these actors were very intelligent individuals, so what are they saying about Tupac? Let's rewind all the way back to his interview at 17 years old. One thing to take note of, his excessive hand gestures. This is almost a telltale sign that someone is probably gay. The key to this one is that if you're a man who is attracted to another man, you'll tend to move your hands around more than the average person when speaking. Pay attention to his mannerisms.
As soon as you bring up the word fornication, as soon as you bring up the word fornication, as soon as you bring up the word fornication. Just what you need to be. From the first moment I saw you, that night I had called. I was running till the sun came up.
Heterosexuals do not
Shaq, what happened? You reacted? You reacted to the Shaq? What happened, man?
Oh shit.
Dude, come on, man. I told y'all, man, don't sleep on me. I be digging, bro. Don't be sleeping on your boy, man. I'll be digging, bro.
Is that why Quincy Jones made a pass at Tupac?
Oh, wait, say it again.
Him, right?
What happened now? What happened now? Damn.
Tupac talked about that. Quincy Jones made a pass and made it popular for him to sleep with him.
Yep.
So if he made that pass for him to sleep with him, then he ended up allegedly with his daughter.
Yep, he ended up being with his daughter. You peeped that?
I don't know, Frank. No doubt.
Yo, did you see? That's why you laughing. You seen how you was acting, huh? You seen it, chat? You was listening? You was looking at it? This dude, man.
That shit
Bro,
crazy.
come on, man. Don't sleep on industry hope, bro.
This is Kroger.
This
Kroger
nigga.
Safari and
look at the way this nigga acting, bro. Like real
But then, like I was liking this girl in town. She told me I was too nice. I couldn't believe it. It wouldn't work because I was too nice. That was the ultimate stab in the back. So I went through a week of just going, forget it. I'm just gonna be like them. They're getting girls, and I'm going, peace. I think you're beautiful, and they're going, well, I like him because he's masculine. I'm masculine. Well, I like him because he's masculine.
He has what they call a gay sounding voice, which means he sound and move like something you might expect from a Kardashian. He draws out some vowels with a melodic swing. Tupac went to the Baltimore School for the Arts, took theater, ballet. Let's listen to kids that followed the same classes as Tupac.
So at 6 o'clock, I managed to pull myself out of the bed.
Around 7:30, I meet my friend Samuel and we walk to the bus stop.
Lesbians and gay men became fixtures in the theater. The theater has been labeled as an effeminate activity by American society. This doesn't necessarily push gay men towards theater, but it prevents many straight men from participating and being interested. Tupac allegedly wrote a letter to a classmate. Pay attention to the words used. It is not something a young straight male in high school writes.
I want you to read this love letter because it's poetic justice. You like that spin of the word?
Okay, he writes. Dear Beethoven, I felt compelled to write to you. I can't really explain it, but I really feel good vibes from you. I would have never guessed that you and I would be friends. I want you to know that you can tell me anything. We have so much in common. We both had heartbreak, and we both adore candles. What else could I ask for? See you tomorrow, Beethoven. For eternity, Tupac Shakur. P.S. My phone number is 332.
We find it strange that Tupac allegedly wrote a letter to a classmate he nicknamed Beethoven, and the letter is written as if it's from a homosexual man to another man. What makes it even more strange is that many believe Beethoven was also a homosexual. It is believed an ode to joy. Beethoven can be seen to have proclaimed his homosexuality. Schiller, the writer of the hymn, also had a gay side. See works by Anthony Reed, The Eternal Flame. Certainly, the last movement of the Ninth Symphony can be interpreted as gay music. However, if the Tupac letter is fake, then it still proves that Hollywood gives hints to Tupac's sexuality. We also have his alleged best friend John Cole.
Tupac came to live with us. Tupac and my brother were kind of like brothers. Every night it would be something different. I mean, I remember very clearly one night he was going on about the Tupac Shakur show. The Tupac Shakur show starring Tupac Shakur with my special guest, Tupac Shakur. And he just was going on. And the rest of us were just exhausted having worked a full.
Listen to how the letter to his alleged best friend, John Cole, is written. It does not sound like something from a heterosexual male. Let's point out a few things. He writes, let us forget the world. For a moment, let's just revel in our eternal camaraderie in my heart. I know there will never be a day that I don't remember the times we shared. You were a friend when I was at my lowest, and being a friend to me was not easy or fashionable. Did you think I would forget? Did you for one moment dream that I would ignore you? If so, remember this from here to forever. Nothing can come between us.
I feel like a tragic hero in a Shakespeare play. You know what I'm saying? I loved my classes.
We were exposed to everything. You know, theater, ballet.
Gays were always into like theater and shit like that. That's what made a lot of people not want to fuck with it. Like when I was young, I wanted to get in some acting shit, but when I saw the kind of people that was fucking with theater, I don't want to do that.
Well, in fact, if you go back to Shakespeare time,
men would play women.
Men would play women. Yeah, there were no women who were basically allowed to act in plays.
And what kind of gay shit is that?
That's some gay shit.
Like you just want to be around men the whole time. No. You got perfectly willing women that want to come in there and play a woman's part. No, I want Larry to do it.
Put on this wig.
Yeah, come here. Give me a hit. Give me a kill.
Two men.
All of that.
All men. I wonder why.
You know why?
Because one day I asked Tupac, what type of actor do you want to be? And he just immediately replied, a Shakespearean actor. No, I made a joke about it. I said, you know what, man? I picture you in ruffled collars and tights. As I'm sketching him, I told Tupac that I would call the painting Shakur Speed. It was just one of those moments where as though he really expressed to me his love for Shakespeare. That's who Tupac was. His acting, his craft, his art.
Here we have Tupac and Jada dancing. But notice how Tupac is moving more ladylike, while Jada is moving more like the man. The story was released with a set of pictures claiming Tupac was running around the party pulling his pants down, showing other men his private area. That in itself is suspect for a young black male. However, if we look at the set of photos, we notice there are not many females shown. It's majority men. Tupac stands with his private area exposed, while another man's hand is in close proximity. Any closer, it would be in his hand.
What the hell?
Choker chains. The 1990s trend has a long history. During the French Revolution, women used to wear red ribbons around their necks to pay homage to those who met their death at the guillotine. They're generally considered to be female accessories. And seeing it on a young black male from the ghettos of Baltimore in the early 90s is very rare. So coming to the conclusion that wearing a female's accessory is gay isn't far-fetched at all. If you see a man wearing a skirt and high heels, you might think, hey, that guy might be gay. So, to no surprise, we found a picture of Tupac wearing a choker chain in the 90s. Straight men did not wear these during these times. As of now, choker chains have now re-emerged and are now made normal by male rappers, which ties into the beginning, homosexual-shaped Hollywood.
He's so sensitive.
As Tupac gets older, the signs are still there, checking the mannerisms, what you do with your arms, the way you use your hands, and the way you gesture can all be clues to his sexuality. For example, watch how Tupac says all about females. It's very feminine.
Gotcha. You want some water?
All about it. All right.
Gotcha. You want some water? All right. They were laughing. They were burning.
This Tupac, I don't think I want this show. I mean, Tupac, I got him this really great leather vest. He liked leather vests. He had one. I didn't like it. I got him one. It was really great.
Tupac's stylist was a gay man. In fact, he states Tupac had a leather vest already, but he gave him another. We can argue that this isn't a vest for a man at all. It's a woman's underbust corset. Tupac's famous bathtub photo was photographed by David LaChapelle, who's also a gay man known for taking lesbian and gay photographs.
Damn, that dude Pac was bouncing that one, dude. That other one right there.
If a man and woman hold hands in the US, in public, it is considered to be a sign of intimacy. On the other hand, when two people from the same gender hold hands, like two women or two men, then it is considered to be a sign of lesbianism or homosexuality. We found some Tupac pictures after an event, and to my surprise, the cameras caught Tupac and another man sitting inside the car holding hands.
Yo, what's that all about?
Straight women are emotionally attracted to gay men. Most straight women don't feel sexual toward them, and the relationship doesn't carry the threat of sexual tension. The relationship allows for a safe space in which both parties can let their guards down, be themselves, and share their feelings openly. Straight women love gay men because closeness with gay men provides a window into how the minds of men work. Think of Tupac's song, "Wonder Why They Call You Bitch." This explains why singer Adina Howard and other females explain there was no sexual attraction towards Tupac.
He never tried to kiss me. He was never disrespectful. People thought we were sleeping together. I was like, ew, are you freaking kidding me? Wow. I was like, that's gross. People thought we were sleeping together. I was like, ew, are you freaking kidding me? I was like, that's gross.
Damn, why'd you say that, right?
And you know, it's just, it was something like, I don't want to sleep with him. Granted, he was a very nice looking young man, but it was like, dude, I'm not about to be another notch on your belt.
A notch on your belt?
Dude, I'm not about to be another notch on your belt.
Adina Howard says she's not about to be another notch on the belt, and most Tupac fans will say she's not being honest due to their perception of Tupac. But let's look at this realistically. Singer Adina Howard has been in relationships with other entertainers, such as rapper Coolio and Wanye Morris of Boys to Men. Coolio had to venture into porn after a short-lived rap career in the 90s, and as a Grammy Award-winning artist at the height of his career, Coolio had money and women. Groupies.
So you have all these girls on that bus right now. Okay, what's the percentage you're gonna hook up with? Like, you know, you have all these white girls on that bus.
I do one at a time.
Okay, look, do you like white girls? What kind of girls do you like? Do you like white, black, Mexican?
All kinds.
You travel everywhere though. Do you like, what do you prefer? Like, what are the percentage of the girls you hook up with? White, black, or Mexican?
What city has the best girls?
Who gets up most? The white girls, the Mexican girls, or the black girls?
English girls.
English. I have been overseas.
English girls are easy.
But the white, are they white English girls?
White, black, Persian, they're easy.
Asap asked Sean, from Boys to Men, what's their most bizarre groupie story. Sean of Boys to Men replied, there is too much to say, but the ladies love when we bring out those roses for I'll make love to you. So Adina Howard saying she doesn't want to be another notch on his belt does not make sense, being she's another notch on the rapper Coolio's and Boys to Men. This leaves one to believe there's a deeper reason behind it.
Dude, I'm not about to be another notch on your belt. That was just my boy. He was just an awesome individual. I just appreciated his friendship. I couldn't say that much, and I'll just leave it at that. He was a cool individual, and I'm grateful that I was blessed to have a sacred contract with him.
You and Tupac were romantic?
I would say more like a spiritual. It was everything. You know what I mean? I can't, you know.
Porn star.
A spiritual relationship, it has nothing to do with sex. A spiritual relationship is when the couple experiences harmony, understanding, and peace. Emotions come deep from within the core of the heart.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Damn, boy, they call Tupac a thespian, huh? Damn. Wow. I don't know, man. I had my suspicions, bro, because anybody get roped into Hollywood too much, man, I have my suspicion because we know what it's made up of. You know what I mean? And I'm always leery of these guys and women too that want to be part of it so bad. You know what I mean? You're like, damn, what's so What's so intriguing about the shit? The glitz, the glamour, what? The I don't know. But you know, they was talking about that homo thug way back in the day then. Homo thugs and shit. That's why people was a lot of people in the industry they was kind of looking because they was like, this guy is not a thug. And then all of a sudden, like you said, this thug image became prevalent. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's something to think about, dog. Because think about the image right now. You got these young cats. Look at Young Thug. Matter of fact, look at Young Thug. Look at these cats with the skinny jeans and the colorful hair drip. You know what I'm saying? That's changing their hair. The Odell Beckhams. These niggas just changed their hair and shit. They want to look more. They want to look more fly than the goddamn chicks. And they've been trying to get men to wear women clothes and shit. These unisex clothes and shit. I mean, if you're gonna talk about that, we got to talk about Prince and Michael Jackson. We're talking about the image that was left. Is that not what's going on now? Men wearing blouses and, you know, the long hair, the perm hair, perm better than some women's hair.
Man.
You see what I'm saying, Frank? Blouses and shit, you know what I mean? I'm not saying they're gay per se, but the image, right? The imagery. You know what I mean?
Right. No, for sure.
I mean, I have my suspicions, man. Anybody that's so engulfed in Hollywood and the entertainment industry, I'm like, bro, if you know what it's made up of, it's impossible for you to you know, not see some stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you.
And then you just ignore it like it's normal. Nah, bro. Man.
Facts.
Nah, Frank. I don't know, man. What you think?
Yeah, just like you said, man. You deep into Hollywood like that, you know what I mean? That says a lot, right off the top. You know what I mean? No, I mean not just necessarily, but how just I don't know, man. This whole scenario, man. The whole, you know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, even if you ain't, bro, there's so many of them there. It's normal for them. They made that's like a, you know, it's a playground for you know the freaks and the geeks, the freaks, weird, steals, queers, and weirdos.
It's stupid, bro. You right though. You right.
I'm serious. Everybody knew that back in the day, bro. Like over the time, it became kind of, you know, they pushed it as it was the thing. A lot of people went into that Hollywood stuff. It was only super artistic and eccentric people was into that stuff. You know.
True.
You know what I mean? Real artsy people. Because, like I said, Tupac, he was a poet or some shit right there, right? He came from film. I mean, theater. Like, he went to Juilliard. Then he went to Juilliard or some shit.
I don't know, but that was the school that they was just saying. They was just saying in there what school, some school, performing arts or something like that.
Yeah, so like that's what I'm saying. When
Baltimore
people in the industry saw him, huh?
I think it was Baltimore Performing Arts or something like that.
Or Baltimore Performing Arts. Yeah, so when other guys saw him, other people saw him, you know, they're like, hold on. That Tupac? You know? I don't know, Frank.
Dude, man, that was wild, huh? See, a lot of people don't know because I be having a lot of I be already be knowing about a lot of shit. I just don't, you know what I'm saying? But damn, man, that shit, that's not a good look, man. You know what I mean? Even when he took that weird, what's his name? You know what I'm saying? He took that weird. Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with this shit? Hold up.
What's that?
When he took that weird ass picture, you know what I mean? That was weird, dude. Even when he took that weird ass picture in that tub, you know what I'm saying? That was suspect right there. You know, that was real suspect.
Yeah, that was crazy. So was he gay for pay? Do you think he was? Well,
Man, that shit burned. No, it's weird.
I mean, some of that stuff, like you said, boy, they be trying to. I don't know, man. Because niggas started wearing. That's what I'm saying. Them niggas started wearing motherfucking Versace shirts and shit, man. Like them niggas is notorious gay designers, bro. You hear me?
Man, no, you right.
Versace stuff. That was just nigga shit.
I'm telling
But
you.
they made it popular though. They see that's how they crossed over, made it popular by putting it on these rappers and shit. And then now you see and put it on the music artists and stuff. And then like then you had the later with the athletes and stuff wearing their eccentric shit. You know what I mean? This what they call metrosexual, unisexual attire. Men wearing blouses and shit.
Facts.
You can call me off for not wearing a goddamn blouse.
I know, man.
Damn, Frank.
That shit's burnt, bro.
That's saying they left with the image, man. Even though he could have not been gay, but we talking about the image. You know what I mean? Wow.
I don't know.
I mean, because I mean, even the funk era, them guys was wearing some crazy, but they were wearing tights and motherfucking muscle shirts and shit, spandex and muscle shirts. You know what I mean? Damn, Frank.
I know.
Wow. Mm.
All right, so hold up. Let me see. I'm gonna play this other one, man. I'm gonna play just a little bit of this other one, man. All right. Fair use on 1976 under the Copyright Act.
I might fall asleep on your ass, Nick.
I'm gonna play just a little something, man.
The truth. That's what we do as we keep on growing in life. The truth is inside of us, and it's wonderful when we have the courage to tell it.
I have a puppet that I want to show you. This puppet has a big mouth with teeth. People must not bite other people. When I was a little boy, I used to play a lot with puppets like this. I played a lot about my feelings. In fact, playing about feelings is a great thing for people to learn how to do. And many are very good players. Make-believe is a kind of play, you know? So let's just have some make-believe.
And they have no right to try us. They have no right to accuse us of anything. You know, and I say like, if the people want me to go on trial, I'm ready to stand by for other people. You know, I feel like I haven't done anything.
From birth, Tupac would be utilized as an agent provocateur, a mere stepping stone in the path of lies, in the revitalization of the Black Power movements. He was appropriately named after a revolutionary leader, because he was being primed since birth to adopt this role as an adversary to the government. We have seen these characters being created and introduced to the public each decade in order to commence a revolutionary movement or thought. Then they are killed off and reaffirmed as martyr figures, serving as an example of what happens when you disobey the government. Ranging from MLK to Rosa Parks to Huey P. Newton, agents are issued out to carry out psyops. Time and time again, these figures come from families with connections to government agencies and exhibited as political activists, publicly killed off and marketed as martyrs, with their stories being sold off into each new generation to bolster the anti-government heroism and the understanding of the effects of anti-government activism. But let's start from the beginning.
After she finished reading, then they would put the books in the library, you know. But the people that were in the jail couldn't read it. So I can't say that she had any kind of freedom at all because they were just slick with what they did.
Could you tell us something about at least maybe a typical day?
Tupac's mother, Alice, changed her name to Afeni Shakur and became active in the Black Panther Party in the late 1960s. Wikipedia tells us Tupac was born a month after his mother was acquitted of 156 charges of conspiracy against the United States government and New York landmarks in the Panther 21 trial. Panther 21 was a group of Black Panther members accused of planning coordinated bombing and long-range rifle attacks on 2 police stations and a Board of Education office in New York City. This was another blatantly fake trial. The only detail we're given at Wikipedia is that the prosecution read Chairman Mao's Little Red Book and showed the court the movie The Battle of Algiers. Do you really think a competent prosecutor would waste time reading communist propaganda and screening a film? We aren't even told what their goal was in doing this, other than to show the dangerous ideas behind the Black Panthers' ideology. But you don't need to watch an entire film to show this, nor does it prove anything. And do you think a competent judge would let the court's time be wasted watching an entire film? What was this? Movie night at the local courthouse?
Right.
No. A judge in a real trial would have told the prosecution to move on. Apparently, the judge didn't mind wasting the court's time, since the trial ended up lasting 8 months and being the costliest trial in New York's history.
And then how does she win? How do you represent yourself pro per and beat all types of like 100-something charges from the government, from the feds?
After this long and torturous trial, we get this tidbit from the New York Times article announcing the acquittal. There wasn't enough evidence after 8 months? What were they doing for 8 months? Oh yeah, reading Mao and getting refills on popcorn. The prosecution should have had piles and piles of evidence, all the evidence they collected in order to charge the defendants with 156 counts of conspiracy against the U.S. government. Also ridiculous is the fact that Tupac's mom represented herself in the trial, refusing to use an attorney. We are supposed to believe a poor farmer girl from North Carolina successfully defended herself in the New York Supreme Court against 156 charges of conspiracy?
I was rearrested along with 21 other members of the Black Panther Party on charges of conspiracy to murder some pigs, and attacks against our party still escalated.
The jury member quoted is another clue here. Frederick Hills worked for McGraw-Hill Publications, now McGraw-Hill Education. If you think it's simply...
McGraw-Hill's the ones that print the books, the textbooks, right? What a coincidence.
A textbook publishing house, you're wrong. It bought S&P in 1966, the National Radio Institute in 1968, Time Life Broadcasting in 1972, Random House in 1988, and Macmillan in 1993. It also bought California Test Bureau in 1965, meaning it wasn't just publishing textbooks, but also designing educational testing systems. CTB develops testing for all 50 states, 49 countries, and 18 million students.
Lessons develop the kind of thinking students need in order to produce the kinds of products we're looking for.
In other words, McGraw-Hill was and always has been a massive propaganda organ touching newspapers, books, television, and education across the world. McGraw-Hill was involved in this race-baiting project because that's what it's good at. In 2015, McGraw-Hill was accused of whitewashing history after it published a geography textbook showing a picture of African American slaves with the caption, "Workers."
To rewriting history as a major publisher makes a change to one of its textbooks. Kobe Burin was about to read chapter 5 of It's a New World Geography book when he noticed questionable language referring to African slaves as workers and immigrants. He sent a text picture of the passage to his mom. She then posted a video flipping through the book detailing what it did and did not include. It has been shared all across the country.
But see, that's what I ain't gonna go really into the slavery thing, you know what I'm saying? But the thing is, you can't trust them textbooks. You can't trust none of this stuff, man. I don't even know why we want another people that hate you, that don't look like you, to teach your history or history about you. I think that's kind of crazy. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. We just trust these schools so much. That's kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? But then we call them the enemy, and we call the society racist and white supremacists. But yet we trust their same school system. That's kind of weird. I don't think that make any damn sense to me, to be honest with you. But I don't know.
Getting the attention of the publisher, McGraw-Hill.
This controversy, like all other racial controversies these days, was completely manufactured, and McGraw-Hill has been part of it since at least the Black Panther days. Jury member Hill's, note the last name, which is just a part of Hill, as in McGraw-Hill, was just playing the part of jury member in this little piece of theater.
What you think about this shit, man? It's kind of crazy, huh? Oh yeah, they are more propaganda. Junior Coltrane. Shaq, what you think about this, man? Let's see. You up, Shaq? Let me see. Kamala and her people. Kamala and her people are part of the Black Panther movement from her parents' generation on down. Damn. I mean, that shit would have been good for one if it would have different ideology. Had a different ideology. If it was about something different, if it was about something, they didn't have them to broaden and ambiguous language like black. If it was about actual, I mean, the Black Panthers did do a lot though, you know, on the real grassroots level, but a lot of that stuff was just, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you don't know if the whole thing was CIA or just certain people, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. And then it came to find out that there was supposedly someone was robbing banks after and all that. I don't even know. I don't know, man.
Other actors included the prosecutors from the DA's office, Joseph Phillips and Jeffrey Weinstein, and the judge, Charles Marks. Those names tell you everything you need to know. Marks had earlier presided over the Malcolm X murder trial, which was another fake trial. The Panther 21 bombing plot was a hoax coordinated by the equally fake CIA-created Black Panther movement. The fact that Tupac's parents were involved in this hoax and the Black Panthers is enough to out him as a spook. Tupac Shakur was not his real name. This is an immediate and glaring red flag. Saying even his real name is a mystery since neither of his parents were crooks. His mother was born Alice Faye Williams, and his father was born William Garland. So where did crooks come from? We aren't told.
We are told by Tupac's alleged father, Billy Garland, that Tupac was the product of a short affair that he had with a Feni at a Black Panther office. So who is Lassane Crooks? There are no real government-known records of the Lassane Crooks. It is also possible Tupac was never Afeni's biological son. Looking at the younger Afeni, one would think she could pass for a lesbian.
That's her?
I also found an article about Afeni in a magazine called Ike. In this article, Afeni appears in the section called Dykes Behind Bars. She was allegedly cellmates with an inmate named Carol Crooks. This is the only link between Tupac's alleged real name. This section states Crooks continued to spend time in and out of correctional facilities as a young woman. Afeni became close to Crooks. In the book Evolution of a Revolutionary, it states, Afeni continues, and the women in the party chose to stay away from me too. Their Panther men would tell them things about me like Afeni's a freak and Afeni's gay or Afeni's weird. Women didn't want that association. Especially being gay, because then you don't get Panther men. But this is something I learned later. I also think they gave Afeni and Tupac a nose ring to force the mind into thinking like mother like son, to make them resemble each other. It's a clever mind trick, but in reality, they're not mother and son.
Does like kind of look like her though.
Crooks. We're told his mother made up the name when she filled out his birth certificate so that he'd be harder for her enemies to find and track. But this explanation makes no sense, since we were already told Alice Afeni was acquitted of 156 charges in a very high-profile case just 2 months before Tupac was born. That means she was in custody during most of her pregnancy. We're also told the FBI was surveilling her before her arrest as part of its COINTELPRO operations. Did she really think they'd just stop tracking her the moment she was acquitted? In any event, did she really think the FBI couldn't figure out what she named her son? And that still doesn't explain why she chose the name Crooks. If you really wanted to throw off the feds, would you pick that name? She may as well named him Burglar or Arsonist.
The Panther 21 trials were a hoax, so this would make Afeni's prison time fake, and we were given entertainment identities. Therefore, Tupac's real legal birth name is unknown, and never will be publicly disclosed. Some CIA operatives assumed fake names to match the documents. I believe from birth Tupac was given a fake identity, and pushed through the public school system, while behind the scenes he was privately taught.
Right, yeah, Damo.
How can you tell someone is a CIA agent? This person says I can't think of one trait that all agents have. The two in my immediate family are extremely eloquent and well-spoken. They are really into politics and know what's going on in the world. Both speak a foreign language. Both have one of those faces that could fit in anywhere, and a good understanding of what makes people tick. If Tupac was an agent provocateur with a fake identity, then it's likely he wasn't really 25 years old. Why would the CIA give us real personal information if it's an operation? Let's take his social security number for example. He was allegedly born in New York. His social security number is said to be 5.
When you're born in New York, it's a zero. It's zero. I'm from New York, and mine's a 0. It starts with 0. They don't start with no 5.
46 47 8539. As we look up how social security numbers were given, it says prior to 1973, social security numbers were assigned by our field offices. The number merely established that his or her card was issued by one of our offices in that state. Tupac was allegedly born in 1971. The first numbers of the social security number for people born in New York are 050134, but Tupac's social security number is listed as him being born in California, with a number of 5455.
Did I say it was 0? Did I just say that? I just said that right before you said that. Didn't I just say that? Yeah, that's what I meant. I think some. A lot of infighting later on, and they actually for the East Coast West Coast War. Yep. But see, that's how you know that one was staged with the hip hop.
573, which means the created number is one of someone that's born in California, not New York. Maybe this is why he loved California so much.
When I sat in that prison cell up in New York City, all I could think about was California and how much I love California and Sunset Boulevard. And
dude, aren't you from the Bay? When you're in, I'm confused.
Crenshaw and
wasn't he raised in the Bay? I know he's from Baltimore or something back east of New York, Harlem or something, but wasn't he raised in the? I'm confused.
Long Beach, everything just, oh man, the 101.
Ren City, right?
The 110, everything. I just love California. Roscoe's, El Polo Loco, Taco Bell, everything. I love California. That's all I thought about. I used to have a homie send me pictures of just California, just the streets and stuff. So when I came out and Dre had this beat in the song, I was like, this is the song for me. California love. I want to put California back on the map because the East Coast like screaming out West New York, and they kind of like disrespecting the West Coast. So
no, it wasn't. No, New York was not dissing. The only person that had dissed somebody was kind of low key dissing. That was a part. It was what's his name? Was it was Tim Dog. That's come on, man. Like, come on, dude. The East Coast was not dissing the West Coast, bro. Back then, he's lying. He's capping. He was. Boy, this dude be just lying, bro. Lying.
I'm gonna put it back down to the West Coast to show like we ain't really tripping off, hip hop or really nothing. Not me personally. I'm gonna speak for myself. I don't care about hip hop and all of that. I'm a rapper. I'm just rapping. So California love is just for all my people in California, the West Coast in general. I love you. I love you. I love you. This is where I make my home at. This is where I love. I just love.
Dude, so he was an instigator, man. He was the biggest instigator, dude. You know what I'm saying? Him and Ice Cube, bitch ass instigators. That whole East Coast, West Coast shit. And they both was talking about some revolutionary shit before that. One of them was a Muslim, which was Ice Cube, and then y'all talking about the East Coast, West Coast shit, and fuel the fire to that shit would start beefing with other black people across just because they're across the fucking ocean. That shit is bullshit. Motherfuckers like that. But niggas wasn't dissing like that, bro. Like not like that. He's capping. That was just, and then he, you know what I'm saying? Like that nigga.
Love California.
That's a long way from MC New York. Remember, they give fake identities to make it impossible to track who they really are. Another thing I find odd is Tupac's alleged birth certificate was issued at the start of his career. As if they're saying Tupac Shakur, the rapper, was born. At the same time, Death Row Records was established. To me, the Black Panther operation was
why did it say 91 on there?
Over, and now they're implementing it into hip-hop to further push the racial tension with Tupac. In my mind, Death Row Records was never meant to have longevity. This is why the main acts were Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and Tupac. Everyone else lacks the promotion, as the stage was only being set for Tupac.
Introducing to Adrian Gregory, who was managing Digital Underground. He was like, I'm gonna send you to Digital Underground. They're in the studio. You just rap for Shock G on the spot. If he like you, then I'll pick you up. Yeah, I just walked in and rapped for him. He's like, okay, good, you're in. Boom, boom, boom. I'll see you later.
Hey, let me tell you one of my favorite Tupac stories. When Tupac was in his mother's womb, I was selling Black Panther newspapers to raise money to get out of prison.
Wow. Yeah, my father was in the Black Panther Party, and I actually was raised in the Black Panther Party.
There's the real connection. Money B's father was also in the Black Panthers, so this was not an ordinary walk-in and rap for Shock G. There's a prior connection that connects all the key players. This is why Tupac was accepted so fast. Let's get back to Tupac's alleged mother.
Natalia's search of Alice Faye Williams pulls her up as Alice Faye Williams. Note the misspelled middle name. We know it's her because it says she worked at the Black Panther Party. Right, as if it were a business and she was on the payroll. It doesn't show her being related to Tupac, Jarrell, or her husband at the time of her death, Gus Davis.
You're right, it was Wolf that did get killed too. That did add fuel to the fire, but there was always some. Tupac was a big instigator in that shit, though. Him and Ice Cube were big instigators in that shit. I can keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? But you're right. Wolf getting killed in Atlanta. Yup. By no. Excuse me. No, my bad. Excuse me. No. Let me. Big Jake getting killed by Wolf in Atlanta. There we go. Big Jake. Big Jake. Rest in peace. Got killed in Atlanta.
Which is odd. It does show her being related to a Janice Williams, and in Natalia's search on.
My thing is, who is really, what's his real information? Who is she? The mom seems way more what's name than him, though. The mom seems real questionable. What's her real, identity, man? Well, you know what I mean? What's her real identity? I'm gonna play a little bit more.
Janice shows her being related, in turn, to an Alice Burleson. And Natalia's search on that name brings up an Alice Faye Burleson, age 70, who has also worked at the Black Panther Party. Intellius is clearly messing with us, sending us off on a wild goose chase for the fun of it. All of this points to the obvious observation that names are being intentionally fudged and hidden with no good explanation. Tupac's body was quickly cremated with no funeral. Maybe they thought his family members weren't good enough actors to fake sadness at his fake funeral. Think of the transparent absurdity of the Michael Jackson funeral, where the kids especially never had the right face on.
No, I never heard that.
And thus, having the service would risk giving away the whole thing. The cremation bit sounds like a half-baked story to explain away there being no funeral. Tupac not dying also explains the inconsistencies in his coroner's report, such as the fact that it lists his weight as 215 pounds.
What happened?
What was the chick that escaped to Cuba? That fled to Cuba.
Assata Shakur, that was his aunt, supposedly.
Who?
His aunt, Assata Shakur. I'm gonna play that.
Hey,
You wanna
Google.
play that? I can play a little bit of that right now. He got a video on that.
Hey, Google.
He got a video on that right
Hey, Google.
now. I think this is it right here. As a matter of fact, it is.
Hey, Google.
I was gonna play some of Assata. Yep, it's
motherfucker. What shit ain't working?
this dude, man. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, man, you just none of this stuff is never with you. I could play a little bit of Biggie. I'm gonna play a little bit of the Biggie one too. I'll play some of the Biggie one. He got some on Biggie.
Bala Shakur, also known as Joanne Chesimard, is an American political activist who was a member of the Black Liberation Army.
Or the Nipsey Hussle one. Hey, did y'all see the Nipsey? Man, that Nipsey Hussle one, man. Let me see.
Hey, what was she really? Was his mother?
Wait, say it again.
I say, what if Assata really was his mother?
I know, huh? I ain't gonna put nothing past us. Like Liberation Army, Jersey or Turnpike cop killing. But how did she get away with that, man? Even off Tupac got shot the first time, and he still never made a will. And Tupac's estate is still making millions until this day. That's a good point.
Yeah, no, brother.
There's some the videos on that shit too, on Assata Shakur.
Pounds, while his driver's license says 168 pounds. That's a pretty big difference. In fact, it's a difference of 47 pounds. Other skeptics say this was a slip-up by the forgers, but it's not a slip-up at all. It's an intentional signal. 47 is year one of the CIA, and we have seen that number all over the place with these projects.
On Twitter, the CIA continues mocking the public, tweeting, "No, we don't know where Tupac is." Notice the date of the tweet, July 7th, 20.
Way after Tupac died. Why would the CIA do that? Shaq, why would you think they would do that? Why would the CIA mock his death like that? 47 is Trump. 47 Trump presidency. Junior Coltrane. Now we getting into these numbers. We can get into these numbers. That 47. What else does it mean? Let me see if I can find it. I'll fuck where to see. 47 means a lot. 47 problems of Euclid. Masonic. 47 problems of Euclid. 47th President Donald Trump. I don't know, y'all. 47 problems of Euclid. Look that up.
14, the 7th month, the 7th day, 2014, 2 plus 0, plus 1, plus 4, equals 7. There's the 777. They're laughing at the fans. The CIA knows exactly where Tupac is.
For further evidence, when they first released Tupac's coroner's report, they blacked out the first 3 and last 4 digits of Tupac's SSN, but leaves the middle 2 visible. Guess what those numbers are? 47. Why wouldn't they just black out his entire SSN? Because it's a signal. It's marking this whole charade as an intelligence project.
He literally was not who he claimed to be. It was all a role, a characterization. The same for his alleged mother. Agents are issued out to carry out psyops that mislead and misinform the general public and keep them unaware as to the actual agenda taking place. This Tupac character served more than one role. His was to be both an instrument in the collapse of the black community, an advocate for government antagonism, and to make rap mainstream. His alleged family and lineage are not as heroic and prim of the heart-tugging Black Panther narrative that's been told. Tupac comes from a bloodline of informants who have worked for the CIA. Notice how all of the Shakurs are under aliases and are not their actual government names. It is only to give an indication that they are fulfilling a role and are characters being used in these movements. Tupac, Afeni, Asada, etc., all Shakurs, all under aliases, rather than their real government names, and coincidentally all have ties to the Central Intelligence Agency. This whole time we thought that Tupac was against the government, when in reality he works with them. His entire career and life was a staged event. When it comes time for character proverbial assassination to occur, he began releasing material giving clues as to what's to come.
All right, let me play. Okay, I'm gonna play a little bit more.
Your all-in-one tool
into
for
something else.
converting PDFs into
Chat, what you
stunning,
think?
interactive materials.
I'm the first one to graduate in my family. DeVry really helped make it all achievable.
All right, man. Just I'm gonna play just a little bit of this.
Vader, come taste the soup. Vader says, "Is something wrong with the soup?" He says, "Taste the soup." He says, "Is something wrong with the soup? Is the soup too hot?" He says, "Will you taste the soup?" It's wrong. Is the soup too cold? Will you just taste the soup? All right, I'll taste the soup. Where's the spoon?
I'll be with you boys in a minute.
Excuse me.
Hey, it's Kunta Kinte.
What can I do with it, boy?
Can you make my hair look like this?
Hey, what you want to look like that for?
Aha! Aha!
Fake existence. Fake birthplaces and home addresses have to be carefully researched. Fake lives have to be created. And those existences need to have corresponding friends. Almost every individual unit that operates clandestinely, special operations, has a signature reduction section, mostly operated by small contractors, conducting due diligence. There they adhere to what they call the 6 principles of signature reduction: credibility, compatibility, realism, supportability, verity, and compliance.
Okay, so look, Dave-O told me to pull up something. I'm gonna pull that up, but look, what else? Okay, let me stop sharing this. I'm gonna go back to this right now. Look what I just, okay, so look. So Biggie bit this dude, and then so is that Dave-O, did Tupac bite that other cat? Because I know Biggie bit this dude. This dude, his name is Big Daddy right here. Notorious B.I. or B1. All right. Check this out. So Biggie bit this dude. Nobody talks about that. Damn, I don't know if I can play this. Or you know what? Hold up. Let me stop screening and I'll play it. Fair use, fair use. So don't that sound wasn't that the same beat as Juicy? Wasn't that the same beat as Juicy or no? Well, that wasn't the same beat. See, these cats, come on, man. Where are these dudes? I mean, are these dudes that original? Okay, so yeah, dude from Mississippi. Okay, who did you tell me to play? Casanova, the Don Mystery. Interesting. So does Pac sound like him, Davo? Y'all share this out and then get the likes up. So who does? Let me see. I don't want to. Let me see. You know what? I'm gonna play this dude. I'm not gonna play the audio. Fair use, fair use. So okay, so who is this dude? Oh, okay. Where's this shit at? Where's it playing at? Nigga, what the fuck? Where's this shit at? Oh. Okay, why? Who is this dude? What is the significance of this cat though? Like, oh, so he did do a song with the Outlaws. All right. Shout out to dude, you know what I'm saying? But these dudes, I don't know, man. These dudes be biting, man. They be biting, man. That's Biggie bit that dude, man. Or what's his name had him bite him. I don't know, because Biggie was dope when he was battle rapping, but it looked like what's his name had him bite him.
I say this to argue the fact that it's not hard to believe that Tupac never existed. After his metaphorical death, we're left with the character Tupac, while the real person goes to his dormant life when the signature reduction assignments cease. And you wonder why Tupac always mentioned he's military-minded.
A military mind, nigga. A military mind.
Tupac Shakur was not his real name. This is an immediate and glaring red flag, as we have seen many famous celebrities, artists, politicians, and businessmen in the 20th century switching their names. We briefly touched on Tupac's real name, Hussein Parrish Crooks. Saying even his real name is a mystery, since neither of his parents were crooks.
Where they get the crooks from?
His mother was
crooks, like, and he said he was a thug, right? And I already told you where that thug stuff came from.
born Alice Faye Williams, and his father was born William Garland. So where did Crooks come from? We aren't told.
Here's Tupac's birth certificate. What stands out is that it was issued at the start of his career, as in Tupac the rapper was born. Note the issue date of June 6, 1990. Tupac appeared with Digital Underground January 30th, 1990. If it's hard to see, here's a reference birth certificate. Maybe his mother applied for his birth certificate and received it at the start of his career. But then again, there's no such thing as coincidences.
His mother later married Gerald Wayne Williams, aka Mutulu Shakur. So she was a Williams who married a Williams?
Note that Orlando Anderson's grandmother's name was Utah Williams. Also, Tupac's mother allegedly married a man by the name of Gus D. Davis. What was Orlando Anderson's mother's name? Charlotte Davis. Is it reaching to think that all of these people are related? After all, it's easier to keep a secret if it's all family.
They kind of do look alike a little bit, man.
On Genie.com, Alice's genealogy is scrubbed after her grandfather, a Reverend Walter Williams. But we get some very interesting hits on her mother's side. Alice's mother was Rosa Bell McClellan, born October 1st, 1918. McClellan isn't a very black-sounding name, is it? In fact, it probably comes from General George McClellan of the Civil War and General Samuel McClellan of the Revolutionary War. George McClellan was a close friend of the Stuarts and Hills, and the McClellans and Hills intermarried. He was called the Young Napoleon, which is appropriate since he was related to Napoleon. Alice's mother, Tupac's great-grandmother, was Rosa Lee Powell. Rosa Lee Powell was the daughter of Roosevelt Powell and Millie Ann Wooten. The line is scrubbed after Roosevelt, but that name is enough to clue you in. They took out the E to throw you off, as if that would work. But we have all we need, since Roosevelt is not a typical first name, and this Roosevelt was born decades before any Roosevelt became president.
If we were to believe all of Tupac's family records, then we now know Tupac came from Roosevelt's. Take note of the name Roosevelt. It is a Jewish name. So this could also mean Tupac has come from a Jewish family, and we know Hollywood is run by Jews. Another thing that caught my attention, when we originally posted this video, the name Roosevelt Powell was listed, but after the video, they removed that name and added another by the name of Robert Powers. I wonder why. Are they hiding his Jewishness?
Seems a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? Maybe, maybe not. Let's start with the obvious. Tupac's face. Do you see it? He looks very Jewish, doesn't he? We've been conditioned not to notice Jewishness or question ethnicity in general, and because he's black, we naturally don't question it. But Tupac has all the Jewish markings: a long face, a long, slightly downturned nose, sunken eyes with long eyelashes, and big, bushy eyebrows. He doesn't just look sort of Jewish. He looks full-on Jewish. I mention that only to counter the objection that Tupac couldn't be part of the ruling crypto-Jewish families because he's black and all the crypto rulers are rich white folks from the peerage. But it only takes one generation to go from light skin to dark skin, so it's not far-fetched to claim Tupac is part of the peerage. Did you know that his fiancée at the time of his death was Jewish? That would be Kadada Jones.
Hey, Shaq, you up? What were we talking about this the other day? Kadada Jones? He was messing with Quincy Jones. He was messing with Quincy Jones' daughter? What a coincidence, right? So he had ties to Quincy Jones, right? Come on, y'all. What y'all think? What do y'all think about that? You know what I'm saying? He just happened to be linked up and tied to Quincy Jones. Wow. Through his daughter, right? What a coincidence. Let's go.
Daughter of composer Quincy Jones and actress Peggy Lipton. You may know her sister, Rashida, of Parks and Recreation fame. That's Kadada with her parents as a young child. Her mother is best known for playing flower child Julie Barnes in ABC show The Mod Squad. Peggy's father, Harold, was a corporate lawyer born to Russian Jewish immigrants Max Lipschitz and Alice Goldfarb, and her mother, Rita Benson, was an artist born in Dublin, Ireland, to Jewish parents Hyman Rosenberg from Russia and Jane Benson, born in Lancashire, England. We're supposed to believe Kadada was half black because of her dad, but
her when she was young, huh? Damn, she looked just like the moms when she was young. That's crazy. That's true. That's true. You gotta be more specific.
Quincy wasn't all that black himself. Here's a picture of his mother, Sarah Frances Wells. Black? Maybe, but obviously from wealth. Something you wouldn't expect of a black woman born in Vicksburg, Mississippi in 1903. That's because she's not fully black. Her grandfather was James Balance Lanier, a white man and spy for the Confederate Army. These Laniers trace back to the prominent Lanier and Bassano families of England. So Tupac's fiancée was Jewish, not just on her white mother's side, but on her black father's side as well. It also means she was related to Tennessee Williams.
Tennessee Williams, original name, Thomas Lanier Williams. Every Lanier in America is related, Tennessee Williams all of them. Jane Fonda is my cousin, I'm serious, Quincy Jones said. It goes way back to France. I didn't have a clue, I always wondered why I felt so comfortable writing European-style music, even pop music. So just like Dada Jones was Jewish, Tupac was also Jewish.
Here's a photo of Tupac's alleged grandmother, Eloise Marie Barnes Garland. She's very light-skinned, and her features are more Mediterranean or Jewish. Of course, Barnes is a name we find over 300 times in the peerage. They are related to the Oppenheims. See Jewish-Irish politician Sally Oppenheim Barnes, who was made a baroness in 1989. The lines are scrubbed after Eloise, although findagrave.com lists her father as Walter Barnes. If you search on that name, you find jazz musician Walter Barnes, born 1905. Eloise was born in 1930, so the dates match perfectly for this Walter to have been her father. He was the first black musician to play on radio in Chicago, and we read that his introduction to radio was greatly assisted by the Alphonse Capone family.
In conclusion, we have no real proof of who Tupac really was, or where he came from. We're fed his story through Hollywood documentaries, Vlad TV interviews with people who took oaths. His parents are more than likely not his biological parents. They send us on a wild goose chase. All we know is he looks Jewish. No one involved will ever reveal the truth, and most are given security clearance to answer certain questions. And Tupac himself gives inconsistent and unrealistic stories. One commenter said it perfectly by saying, yes, they can keep secrets to the grave, especially when the punishment for not doing so is much greater than the reward for revealing what they know. Ask yourself, do you have secrets of anything you've done which you revealed to none? Most people will say yes. And now magnify this 100 times with punishment and penalties for non-compliance. It becomes very believable how secrets are kept.
All right, shout out to Industry Hoax. My bad, I would play a little bit more, but I kind of did play a little bit too much. Kind of did, man. Next time, shit. Next time I play all right, let me play 5 minutes of this child support one and we'll end it.
Contains scenes which under no circumstances should be viewed by anyone who is easily upset.
After this, I'm going to talk about these Democrats, these motherfuckers crying and shit because Trump won. We're going to talk about that's the next thing. These weak-ass people crying because Trump won. If Kamala Harris would have won, I would not be crying. Let's just say that.
Hi, thanks for joining the Tricky Lake Show. Today's topic is no good dads and their baby's mama.
No, you women are smooth too, Picky. I got a girl that got me paying child support. We ain't got no kids.
Oh yeah, you know what? Oh,
so you know, it took me to have
I
five.
did find it. My bad. Damn, yep. Let me stop that. I was just gonna play that. My bad. It's right. Where's that shit at? Right here. So fair use under 1976, Section 107 of the Copyright Act. This gives me allowance to report on this video for commentary and educational purposes. Look, remember the CIA put out that thing in 2014? Oh, remember they just showed that shit that they said the CIA put that out in 2014 and said that Pac, we don't know if Tupac's still or no, Tupac's still not alive. And that shit just said 2014 right here. Look at this shit. See that there's a significance to this. Released in 2014, and the CIA just put that. Wow, I caught that.
Shit. Let me tell you what happened up. Thug life. It's been 16 years, still stuck in a dark cage. Living in my mind, thinking about the fateful day. 9796, I remember like it's yesterday. I got a lot to say, it'll make a thug nigga cry. How the media said that I died, but I'm still breathing. Who do you believe in? Everything that they said was a lie. You see, listen, we was in Vegas, getting faded in the city of sin. I had a bad feeling that night after the fight at the MGM. Can you feel me? We left the telly on the way to the club. These hoes pulled up right beside us. My adversary steady plotting on my death. Squeezing bullets to my name on my chest. I heard gunshots, but it got weird. Instead of bullets, only smoke appeared. Next thing I knew, 2 men in a suit were just standing there. They opened the door, they grabbed a nigga by his feet, let my head hit the concrete. It was a nightmare, dragged on the street, scars on my back, looking at the white Cadillac. Before the black bag over my head, I couldn't believe what I happened to see. A nigga who looked just like me in the passenger seat. But it can't be me, sitting there next to Suge. Another 4 shots and it can't be good. I gotta find a way, that's what I say. Next thing I know, I'll blow to the head.
That's weird, yo. That's
Unlock a new world of efficiency.
That's weird.
With Asana.
Yeah, that's weird, man. Yeah, that was strange. Oh, damn, I don't want to play that. Damn, I hope they don't get me for that shit. All right, so all right, damn. That's ill, man. That's ill. Let me play a little bit, like 5 minutes of this child support one though. Just check this one out. I'm just gonna give you a taste of it. I ain't gonna give you all of it.
Kids to have a good relationship, a good one that's not so traumatizing for the child. And then also being a visiting dad is whack. Buying and providing physical things, the kid doesn't even care about that. That's not currency to a kid. They don't even know about money until you tell them about it. All they care about is your time. And that's the most valuable thing is, the love that you can give your child. The kid just wants you to be there to support her.
The United States Child Support Program has served 13.2 million children in the recent year, with the goal of collecting money from parents, including those who don't live with their children. Since the program's inception, it has been closely intertwined with America's views on public assistance and race, and its implementation shaped what they call the deadbeat dad idea. The original deadbeat dad myth was spawned by a CBS report produced in 1986 titled The Vanishing Family: Crisis in Black America. We will get to that later. But one of the most common talking points is black fathers being forced from their homes and children by black mothers in exchange for welfare benefits in the 1960s. While the man in the house rule did exist, the talking point is not entirely accurate. In the early 1900s, state legislatures began to pass bills that supported single mothers called mother's pension. Since the states operated these programs, administrators were not regulated by the federal government. The lack of governing the mother's pension program meant that states could deny services and money to qualifying black mothers. While black Americans were more deeply impoverished, the aid was given almost solely to white women. One requirement that never changed when a mother received public benefits was the way that she maintained the home for her children. Although it's pretty taxing to locate what a suitable home meant for recipients of mother's pension benefits, it is evident what black women had to do to comply with the suitable home requirement. But the list did include mothers not having a man in the home. Yes, the main requirement in both the mother's pension was that the father not reside in the home with the mother and children. Even when mothers were approved for benefits, few states granted aid to never married mothers, or those with savings or equity in a property. The government based applicant approval on whether the children were illegitimate or not. This not only disqualified white mothers, but the requirements were added to the disqualifiers reserved for black mothers. Black mothers were financially disadvantaged based on many reasons before becoming a widow. Employment opportunities were scarce outside of housekeeping or farming, and when welfare.
Why was those the only two type of jobs for black women? You know what I'm saying? Or see, these motherfuckers, but see, it's not the same thing for these migrants though. They got access to all types of different types of work, right? Construction, all types of shit, plumbing. Why is it not? You know what I'm saying? Look how they was doing American citizens. They was doing us, and we're American citizens, right? But these people come in this country, they ain't American citizens, and these motherfucking politicians are pushing for them to have access to working capital. But not too long ago, they wasn't pushing for our people to have access to working capital. Interesting. These motherfuckers are you got to blame the government. I'm sorry.
Became involved. Working became a problem. Besides the need to provide a suitable home for their children, black mothers had to comply with other rules that were degrading and a violation of their rights. A rule excluded two-parent families from receiving benefits if the state considered them both able-bodied. Unfortunately, the fathers were absent from the home, not because they had died, but because they had to leave to provide for their families. Black men often left their families searching for work because of employment discrimination and depressed wages for black workers. When racially charged stereotypes of the black father being kicked out of their homes so that their mother can receive welfare, these realities are omitted. When the mother miraculously received welfare benefits, the caseworkers had total control over their lives and homes. This also applies today as well.
Evict me out! Evict me out! Take me to court! You're in my room! You're in my room! You're in my room! Get the out!
It is important to emphasize that the rule states the word another when referring to the man in the house rule. The men that the regulation referred to were not the children's actual fathers, but the men were later referred to as substitute fathers. Similar to welfare today, the alleged objective years ago was to decrease the number of people on welfare. Of course, when white mothers received the benefits, there was no problem, but when black women were finally granted permission to receive it, specific rules applied. Even though the man in the house rule was reserved for substitute fathers, it did not mean that overseers of the system did not force husbands and fathers to leave their homes.
What y'all think about that? Y'all doing it to certain races. Small business loan, ain't that something? This is so, this is just, so staged.
As of now, the child support system covers about a quarter of American children and can provide a crucial safety net for some women. But it is obvious the current laws need significant restructuring. You see, the system was established decades ago and is based on outdated stereotypes that viewed mom as a housewife and dad as the sole breadwinner. 1975, child support enforcement responsibilities included certifying cases for referrals to the federal courts to enforce support obligations. The state maintains a full record of collections and disbursements made under the plan. Keep that in mind. 1992, the Child Support Recovery Act imposed a federal criminal penalty for the willful failure to pay a past due child support obligation.
Thank you, Bill Clinton, for putting that in the Welfare Act. Now you could actually lock up fathers for not paying child support. Thank you.
With respect to a child who resides in another state that has remained unpaid for longer than a year or is greater than $5,000. For the first conviction, the penalty is a fine of up to $5,000, imprisonment for not more than 6 months, or both.
The welfare system helps the disintegration of the American family. It offers money to families if the fathers will leave them and stay away, in that sense undoing the very stability of the family and taking away one of the two parents that children, of course, need. And what I have seen, I'm afraid to say, all over the country is that the legal system works against the best kind of home for these children. We take away, in many of the most vulnerable homes, fathers from those homes. The worst of it is that the homes that are most vulnerable are the homes that are least supported by the policies of local, state, and federal governments. And no wonder then,
local, state, and federal.
Out of these more vulnerable neighborhoods, we get an endless cycle of troubled, delinquent, wayward youth who grow up even more and become the lawbreakers of our society.
1994 made parents who failed to
lawbreakers or people that the laws make lawbreakers or people that the politicians make laws about. Ooh, damn.
pay child support ineligible for small business loans. 1996 Welfare Reform Bill.
When I ran for president 4 years ago, I pledged to end welfare as we know it.
Remember that all presidents are planted, and Bill Clinton was sent in to infiltrate the black community. They made him relatable to the ghettos across the world. And while we were focused on Bill Clinton receiving a fake blowjob, getting high, and playing the saxophone, of course, they introduced the 1994 crime bill. And although Bill Clinton did not personally design it, he was certainly placed to win the acceptance of the black community, while they worked against us behind the scenes.
So he said us. So dude is black. A lot of people don't think Industry Hoax is black. I've seen it in chats, him saying that he was black. You know what I'm saying? So it is a brother. He's just camouflaging his voice. You hear him say us.
Bill Clinton's policies contributed to maintaining and increasing mass incarceration. They planted Bill Clinton, and they planted artists to help encourage people to follow this one-way trip to prison. We could say the steep rise in the black imprisonment rate occurred during the Reagan and Bush years, and the drug war, which was at its peak in the—
Oh, 2 Republicans. Oh, shit. We talk about these Democrats. Oh, man. Even though these Democrats fucked this up, Joe Biden and Bill Clinton. But, and then Great Society, Lyndon B. Johnson, Welfare, Civil Rights Act, Voter Rights Act, Lyndon B. Johnson. But did you just hear him say Reagan and Bush? Yeah, you just heard that, right? War on drugs with Bush, right? Reagan say no to drugs, right? Nancy Reagan? But that was the guy that was bringing the drugs into this country, wasn't it?
Late 1980s and early 1990s before Clinton took office. But remember, the rap group NWA was also planted. All of those planted mainstream artists of the 80s and 90s was pushing a promiscuous lifestyle. Then under Clinton's administration, they strengthened child support enforcement. You ignored it because, well, Clinton said he smoked weed.
I experimented with marijuana a time or two, and I didn't like it.
It's the same guy, but
and didn't inhale, and never tried it again.
Because I'm a big Bill Clinton fan. I love him. He's the real first black president. I love Bill.
I have a problem with people saying that because like so Clinton was the real first black president because he played the sax.
1996, Welfare Reform Bill was devoted to major reforms of the child support enforcement program. If a custodial parent needs assistance from the government, they must cooperate with child support. If you disobey, Clinton agreed they have the right to the suspension of driver's license, professional, occupational, and recreational licenses. Denial of their passports, amount to be reported to credit bureaus. Required liens on real and personal property, not dischargeable during bankruptcy. The agency has procedures for notifying a new employer of an absent parent. While we were worried about Bill Clinton and weed smoking, they were reinventing ways to split families and fill jails. Johns Hopkins University. So
man, the biggest psyop. Man, a lot of people went to Johns Hopkins University, boy. That's the biggest psyop.
And these Negro kids, this is stuff that's currently still on the books, bro. So we got a whole bunch of years that we can get. And we don't gotta have That's a good form of repairing the nation, bro. Is getting this stuff off the books and paying some type of restitution, bro.
Well, no, fuck
Because they
that.
deliberately targeted, man. It was what you mean the government? It was just this is a government operation to target certain nationalities and races of people, man. Deliberate.
Right.
It calls you so you don't grow economically, grow, grow financially. You don't grow. You know what I'm saying? Academically grow.
Facts. You see that deliberate? I mean, and it's boy, and they use these plants and stuff like that, and these so-called rappers to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's just deliberate, man. And you're right. This is the type of stuff that calls for restitution. All these policies and stuff. And look at how many different administrations he just named that was involved in this. You know what I'm saying? That's real, Shaq.
Why would you target someone's livelihood, bro? And then make it a debt, make child support a debt for men, for black men, really, because white men don't really get caught up in it. Some of them do get paid, dude, but it was a target for us.
Oh yeah,
a direct target. You know what I mean? That's a way to stifle you, man, because you got that you got child support order on your, like they just said, on your credit and stuff, your credit history, credit report. That stuff don't get disputed. You know what I mean?
Facts.
It stays on there. And if you can't, like I said, you can't get a passport. Like there's certain things if you're delinquent, if you delinquent, and if the courts want to audit you, and if the custodial parent, which normally is the mother, goes to the courts and asks them to enforce the thing, enforce the order, they can suspend your license and lock you up if you so many dollars in the arrears. And if you ain't paid on it, then you got multiple months of missed payments and stuff like that. Yeah, they can certain states is real strict. They'll suspend your license and they'll lock you up. And they'll try to still charge you child support while you in there. Like they supposed to put it on hold because you ain't making no money really and when you're in jail. If you get locked up for that. So it's a whole trick bag that we've been put in. And I don't think the women knew how extensive the plot they had behind it and all the stipulations that came with it. They were just thinking about the money. They were thinking about the money they get. You know what I mean? They didn't care about what condition the father would be in. Didn't care. Didn't care what condition the father would be in. You know, and people were lying because a lot of fathers that went through divorce, some state they automatically, because the women didn't know back then that they had an option not to put their child father on child support during the divorce decree. But once they hear the type of money that they can get, then they sign them right up for it. Because they acting like they right. But if y'all are both parents and wives and you getting a divorce or a separation split or something, why are you automatically giving the child? That should automatically be a split. You know what I mean? Automatically. And to another parent contestant say, well, you know what? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Why I gotta go to court and fight for my child, motherfucker? One of the judge went in the damn that did really wrong.
Break that shit down.
See what I'm saying?
Break that shit down, man.
So a lot of these stipulations and rules and regulations that we put in place, we abuse them and we use them against each other. So, you know, we use those policies, laws, statutes, and codes against each other, to weaponize them against each other, men and women, the black man and the black woman. Oh, we complicit. A lot of us complicit, man.
Facts.
Some women felt like an easy way out, and an easy way out of a relationship, or easy way out of not necessarily having to work or whatever, to supplement income, and did it. Some men figured the easy way out of just going to put himself on child support and not having to deal with her or the child. So it went. It's examples of it both ways.
Facts.
But it definitely was a target, and we fell for a hook, line, single.
Like a motherfucker, man. Like seriously?
Could have fought it. He could have fought it, but hey, I don't know what was going on in the initial times. I can't speak for it. Don't know.
Facts. We did fall for it, man. We be using that shit against each other. It's sad.
Sociologist Catherine Eden explained that the traditional roles of mothers and fathers have changed dramatically since the 1970s, but the laws are still stuck in the past. We have a 1970s narrative about today's reality. In 1986, CBS produced a report titled The Vanishing Family, which featured a New Jersey father of 6 who bragged on camera about not supporting his children financially.
I'm thinking about holding up for no sex, my man. You know, if a girl, she get having a baby, carrying a baby, hey, that's on her. I'm not gonna stop my pleasures because of another woman.
Timothy said his children are not his responsibility. He has left them to be supported by their mothers and welfare.
The report.
Oh, dude, I think he was an actor, man. Come on, man. I don't think he really said that because I seen this. I seen the documentary. That documentary. That shit is burnt, man. I don't think he really. Nah, man. I don't think he really said that. Seriously, you know what I'm saying? I don't think he said that, man. Like, I think they was told to say it. I don't think, you know what I'm saying? That's scripted.
It sparked outrage across the country and even led to stricter child support laws. Not long after the piece ran, Congress passed a law forcing states to adopt stricter enforcement practices. As we just
Congress, did he just Shaq? He just said Congress did that, right?
That's what I'm saying. You're right. You know what I'm saying?
These motherfuckers. So, and that shit, you know what I'm saying? Really? Wow. And that's Congress we're talking about.
Off of what one person allegedly said they did.
Wow, bro.
See what I'm saying?
Right, that bullshit. What's the name, huh? That shit is burned, bro. Wow. Congress. Mm-hmm. Wow.
Mentioned, that trend continued well into the 90s when President Bill Clinton's Welfare Reform Act gave the government even greater power to enforce child support collection against non-custodial parents. But as usual, I believe all of that was planned.
Shaq, come on, man. Somebody, damn, man.
Non-custodial. What the hell is custodial, bro? I'm not a custodian, nigga.
I know,
huh? See? But they don't even understand what this custodial shit is. Now you a ward of the state, bro. Because they come on, man.
Yeah, and the mom is the ward of the state, the mom is the enemy of the state. Yep. That birth certificate, man.
For one, let's look at the name. This guy was allegedly boasting that he doesn't take care of his kids, and he has no problem spreading his seeds. What was the name they gave him? Timothy McSeed.
Because I'm highly sexed. Like most women say, you're a baby me. I just got strong sperm inside.
I also think he's having trouble memorizing his script.
How many children do you have?
6.
Okay, that's the second baby. The third was?
Mustafa. He was the third.
That was by another lady?
Mm-hmm.
How old is he now?
He's 5, if I'm not mistaken. 504, you know.
And the fourth one was?
No, I did not know.
No.
Timothy McSeed allegedly died on July 28, 2007. Allegedly, knowing what we know now, it is fitting for his burial place to be Clinton Cemetery.
Wait, Bill Clinton? Yo, come on, man. They play too much, Shaq. They play too much, bro. They play too much. So he just happened to have died, and he just happened to be buried at Clinton Cemetery when Clinton made those strong welfare reform laws. There's no such thing as coincidences, man. They play too much. He was an actor, bro. He was maybe even CIA or agent provocateur, something like that. Crisis actor.
Also interesting is the alleged mother of his children, Alice Cassandra Jackson, who also appeared in the television documentary. However, after the documentary aired, she allegedly fell down and died. How convenient.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
During the program, Ms. Jackson said she disliked welfare because it makes me lazy.
I don't like welfare because it makes me lazy.
It does?
Yeah, it makes you lazy just to sit around and wait for a monthly check to come in. You know, I just like to work. I like money to come in every week or every 2 weeks.
It is interesting that the one that disliked welfare was the one they removed after it aired. I'm willing to bet it's a fake death, but no time to dwell on it. Just look at the subliminal message they're sending. She was said to have been mourned Wednesday at a service attended by hundreds of people, including Jesse Jackson and CBS commentator Bill Moyers. Red flag. They claim Jesse Jackson isn't related to her, but I would not doubt that he is. She was used to simply play this little part to help push the agenda. Breaking up families and taking control. Especially black families. They create these heart-wrenching stories from people they pay to say things, and this helps the public stand behind their agenda. It's one big mind trick. And women fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Shaq, didn't you just say that? You just said we just fell for it, huh?
Of course.
Yo, what y'all think? Chat, what do y'all damn? What the fuck? Yo, man.
These are psychologists, man. All your psychologists, bro, they never study. Do tests, do trial runs, and call themselves psychoanalysts and all this shit, bro. Why do you think psychology is one of the biggest fields?
Right.
That's them trying to get inside the mind and manipulate the mind.
Manipulate the mind, right. Once you get
Manipulate the
inside,
mind, yeah.
that's what a pimp does. Or like somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. That's how it gets the women.
Delicious, baby. We fell for it. I mean, we didn't know it. We got hit with it. Man, that take what Malcolm X said to a whole nother level about we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us.
Right. Facts. They did us dirty, man. Unbelievable, man. We still falling for it. We still falling for it to this day, too, Shaq, by the way.
Of course.
They got us pretty good, bro. A little bit more of this.
In fact, in the documentary, I argue that Alice Jackson is reading a script. Look at her eyes as she's speaking.
Alone is so with. But every time I do that, when he's not with me, even that same day or the next day, I feel, lonely without him. Feel like, I just get angry and say them things. I don't really be meaning them.
Do you love him?
She looked up at the same location with her eyes going back and forth. I bet it's a teleprompter above her. The deadbeat dad.
Shaq, the deadbeat dad narrative or what?
Fatherlessness is a public health crisis that affects every facet of American life. Antiquated child support laws and collection enforcement are at the root of this issue. A large percentage of families in the system live below the federal poverty line. Many fathers sincerely want to do right by their children, but simply don't have the means to do so. It becomes a very slippery slope for a lot of dads. As unpaid child support payments accumulate, this often snowballs into another issue. Research has shown that men with outstanding child support debts tend to be less involved in their children's lives. Some even find themselves incarcerated over unpaid payments, and your child now reminds the father of jail, debt, and a bill, all things people want to avoid.
Your child reminds you of that. Like your kid's a headache. Damn, you know what? I can't even, let me just not even deal with this shit, man. Damn, you know what I'm saying? This kid, dealing with this kid reminds me of a big child support check, or it reminds me of going to jail. Damn, dude, they got a motherfucker fucked up psychologically, man.
So the state turns your child into a burden, and since many states treat incarceration as voluntary unemployment, child support debts continue accumulating while men are locked away in jail, working for the state for about $1 a day, while the jail collects thousands for his stay, giving the mother none of it. It's easy to see why this is such a difficult cycle to break. It's easy to see why some men start to stay away or do less. The core of the problem with modern child support laws is that there is too much emphasis on enforcement and not enough focus on getting fathers involved in their children's lives. After all, it is supposed to be in the best interest of the child, not the government. The state is prejudiced against dads and is one of the main causes of deadbeat dads. Child support is meant to be used for the benefit of the child. However, mothers will alert DSS if that father is missing support payments for her own benefit. However, the men are branded as deadbeat dads. They are viewed as heartless men who have simply walked away from their family responsibilities.
I'm pregnant.
Already? Are you sure?
I got 7 kids. I think I know what I'm talking about.
Tashiki, I'm not ready to be no father right now.
Oh, so you man enough to come up in me, but you ain't man enough to take care of what comes out, get my nails done, get my hair done, pay my rent, and give me a new car? You know what?
Some people in certain areas burdened by unrealistic court-imposed support payments, continuing legal fees, increased taxes due to changes imposed by Bill C-41, and estrangement from their children. Some men find themselves caught in a downward spiral of depression and have resorted to the ultimate escape: suicide, or simply the mother of the child or the entire family. I will not refer to celebrity cases because a lot of celebrity news is fake.
And having Mr. Kennedy running all around all night looking for a gun when I didn't need it.
As we stated many times before, if a murder trial is broadcast all over TV, it is fake, it's not real. This rape script was no different. Instead, let's look at it in the most realistic way possible.
Andre, I can tell you the crime scene here at the Pinewood Hill condos is large. Take a look, and so is the response. The top brass of the police department is here, as well as the state's attorney. Several family members have arrived.
Beautiful mom, beautiful daughter, beautiful, beautiful daughter.
And now the young mother and her toddler are gone, shot and killed outside her uncle's house in the 1300 block of Palmer Road. Just before 7 a.m., neighbors called in the report of the woman in her late 20s in the parking lot, her daughter suffering in a nearby car, later pronounced at the hospital.
Boswell Johnson and Davis had had an ongoing disagreement over child support payments, police said. Court records indicate that Boswell Johnson was ordered in November to pay $600 in monthly child support.
I'm at $13,000 a month. What more do you want from me?
Also, the courts do not care if the money you have left over was not enough to support your current household and other kids. You are now expected to support 2 households. Add to this the cost of expensive litigation, and the fact that one party may be trying to use money as a means of obtaining concessions, such as access or custody, and we have a recipe for disaster.
Oh my God, no!
Studies find that when a child is raised without the active involvement of a father, they are more likely to suffer a diminished sense of physical and emotional security, behavioral and social problems, high crime, as 85% of youth in prison have an absent father. Fatherless children are more likely to have sex before the age of 16. More likely to use.
Damn, yo, Shaq, what you think about that, dude? Yo. Damn, they know this, man. They do study. They what y'all think about that, man? They study that. They know that, you know, when you just have one parent, you know what I'm saying? Or a lot of times too, your parent won't tell you about sex and stuff like that and won't communicate good with you, just that one. They know a lot of this stuff's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? They know people are gonna be promiscuous. They know people are gonna be curious. They know, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. It's like America gave the tools to these parents to fail the kids, you know what I'm saying? This government is something else, man. Total control, just dictatorship. You know what I mean? Dictatorship, because they really hate the American nuclear modern people. He said 13 will make you resent that kid. Some women are women enough to take the meat raw, but when they're not ready to be a mom, they just abort the baby. Damn, that's fucked up, dude. That's not cool, man. 13K a month is crazy too. He said he 13K a month would make you kind of resent a kid. So sad. My bad, it ain't funny though. It ain't funny. That's not funny.
And abuse alcohol and other drugs. Also, 90% of runaway kids have an absent father. And as adults, fatherless children are more likely to experience unemployment. Apparently, the mother and child support system doesn't care about this. The system. The child welfare system operates surprisingly like its criminal counterpart. It is a $30 billion apparatus that monitors, controls, and punishes families in the same black communities systematically subjugated by police and prisons. It is more accurate to call it a family policing system. Many believe the
Sure. You still there, yo? You still up? You heard that? Damn. Subjugated by the same communities that are policed. I'm playing that back. I'm play that part back. Damn, yo.
More likely to use and abuse alcohol and other drugs. Also, 90% of runaway kids have an absent father. And as adults, fatherless children are more likely to experience unemployment. Apparently, the mother and child support system doesn't care about this. The system. The child welfare system operates surprisingly like its criminal counterpart. It is a $30 billion apparatus that monitors, controls, and punishes families in the same black communities systematically subjugated by police and prisons. It is more accurate to call it a family policing system. Many believe the child welfare system protects children from abuse or going without. But in reality, it's the opposite. I believe this system was always designed to punish black families. Child support puts families under intense state surveillance and regulation. Black children are disproportionately likely to be torn and end up being raised in an unstable or single-parent household. In poverty-stricken areas, this leaves many kids open to being influenced a lot easier while the father is being pulled away. This leads to the government or entertainment raising your kids, the rappers becoming the role models, which ultimately leads to juvenile detention and imprisonment, your daughters following the Cardi B's, and being promiscuous. I believe this is a form of mental abuse on the child. As one commenter said, child support was never designed to be about the child. That is the lie the court and its band of greedy thieves in the support collections unit tell non-custodial parents who most often happen to be fathers. Child support is a money-making scam used by the state which is financially motivated to enforce child support. Every dollar of child support collected by the state gets in federal grant money on a one-to-one basis.
So guess what? The feds get they get a piece, the state get a piece, the judge get a piece, everybody get a piece of that. You see that? It's all about money, man.
Most of this money goes to fill the welfare coffers of the state that likes to pander to single mothers and their children. Welfare recipients are most often single mothers. If you don't believe all this, it's all spelled out in the Social Security Act Title IV, Part D, Section 458, Incentive Payments to States. This scam employs many people.
I can attest firsthand that there is not a single article of the United States Constitution that is not routinely violated in family court. The family court commissioner was my judge, jury, and executioner. So why are family courts throughout this state and this country separating children from perfectly loving, fit, and capable fathers without due process? What's driving all of it? Our government has financially incentivized the kidnapping and trafficking of children for profit through Title IV D of the Social Security Act.
Title 4D of the Social Security Act. These motherfuckers got legislation and everything on it, right? All that. These motherfuckers, man.
Act, otherwise known as child support. Shocked and stupefied are not strong enough terms to describe my state of mind when I found out that the entire judiciary in California, including this council, are under contract with the executive branch agencies to help assist with enforcing Title 4D in exchange for federal incentive funds. In what way, shape, or form could any of you sit here with a straight face and maintain that the judiciary is independent or impartial when you've crawled into bed with the executive branch in exchange for money? This is nothing short of state-sponsored abduction and trafficking of our children for profit. Worst of all, this corruption is committed under the guise that it's all done in the best interest of our children. Well, I got a news flash for everyone in this room today. So when the family courts tell us that you're taking our children away from fathers and driving those fathers into poverty through the racketeering and extortion activities of Title 4D, that it's all done in our child's best interest, excuse me when I say I don't know what the hell any of you are talking about.
We will see more of this later. The court treats your child as though they are the property of the state, as though your child is just being loaned to you to take care of. This is called kidnapping, and it often goes by another name, courtnapping. Then, they guilt trip you by asking if you want to take care of your child. Don't you? This is a trap question. Mainly fathers are victimized by the court, which now makes it illegal for you to be a father, and only by the court's decisions are you allowed to be a father. So once you put the father on child support, remember you no longer have the right to your child, you have simply thrown your child in the hands of the state.
I'm telling you. And then people talk about conspiracy theory. Oh, conspiracy theory. Nah, man. It's all about conspiracy. That's all it is. People point out the conspiracy. What do these people think? What do these people think? It's just, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Conspiracy, man.
All right, so we're going to go to court based on this is me taking documentation of my children being taken falsely against our will by
I don't feel comfortable being on your video camera.
Comfortably take yourselves out of my house. And here we are asking why this is happening, and she's cowering away instead of giving the answers she needs to give. We're being rushed to surrender children for no reason. Guys, we're being told we're being taken away by from mommy. Outrageously claiming a bunch of false accusations over me to take my 4 children and my new baby after getting out of the hospital with my daughter's early birth instead of being concerned about that. So sorry, Dave. I told you they were going to do this. I told you they were going to do this to me. I told you.
Well, get I'm back. Come on. You gotta change your feet. Come on.
All for that EBT card, or as we used to call it, food stamps. Or maybe that free rent over on MLK Boulevard, the projects. Don't buy into this best interests of the child lie. In the event of a divorce or an argument, the true best interests of the child can never be realized once the fraud system is called to govern your family. Ever wonder why the state doesn't care how the child support money is used, only whether it is paid? Because child support is extortion. Don't pay child support, we'll take away your license. Don't pay up, we'll arrest you and put you in jail. If the threat follows a demand, it's extortion. Since the state is financially motivated to issue child support orders, this creates a conflict of interest. The issue with jailing so-called deadbeat dads is more often than not, dad is not a criminal, he is just broke. Or maybe he understands the system and would rather take care of his child, only. The Sixth Amendment, which is the right of a criminal defendant to counsel, does not extend to non-payment of child support action. Failure to pay child support is civil contempt, not criminal.
Somebody needs to pay for all my children and mine and Gary, all our suffering, all our pain. Somebody needs to be held accountable
and they need to pay.
So mom gets to the state to prepare her court documents and argue her case, but indigent dad gets nobody. In fact, a dad can be jailed for as long as a year at a time, without the state providing him with any legal counsel. Gender bias in the family courts favors women, not men. If all interventions fail to garner any money from the dad, a court hearing is scheduled. Usually, a child support prosecutor would represent the mother and the state. The father would generally represent himself. Once again, the courts do not care about your child's well-being. Should the courts ask the child if you rather have your dad or money, what would your child's answer be?
Would you rather have your dad or money? It sounds like how they about to start jailing the homeless out here in California. Nobody touches man, right? The state gives themselves the right to snatch your kid out of your house, man. The CPS, nobody touches my kid. I'm going full on volley mode, man. Once you let the state in your family, you will lose your family. That's how it works. Yup. Jail for being broke is what it is, man. My kid likes money. I'd be worried. You stupid.
Now ask yourself, what would the courts do? Yes, pull that father away from that child, regardless of what the child wants. They truly do not care about our children. The Office of Child Support Enforcement is the federal government agency that oversees the National Child Support Program. The Federal Communications Commission has no problem planting pedophilic messages and sexualizing the same kids they claim to protect. They show us things like this.
What the hell?
When choosing a child support payment amount, judges are bound to use predefined calculations to determine how much the non-custodial parent will pay. This does not change whether the non-custodial parent is the child's mother or father. But the reality is the cost of raising a child is far beyond child support calculations.
True.
If you can make a lot of money as a doctor as opposed to the teacher or artist you want to be, you will almost surely be ordered to pay child support based on what you could earn as a doctor. The court can't make you work as a doctor, but can order child support to be based upon the income you could be earning as a doctor, even if you are not working as one. When you split up, the court can effectively force you to keep working at a job you don't want to do for the sake of paying child support. Not to your children, but to your ex-spouse, girlfriend, or one-night stand who is free to spend that money however she wishes. Even if the mother has a new boyfriend, if that new boyfriend gets the mother of your child evicted, guess who turns up the heat on the father for missing payments? Yep. Instead of the judge giving the child to the father, the man is expected to pay for her and her boyfriend's actions, disguised as child support. People behind the scenes act as if they can't see it, but most people who work in these support collections units are operating on a political agenda and abuse their positions to achieve those ends. What business is it of the states to decide how and where your child is raised? In short, federal law gives states matching dollars for all the money that goes through the state's child support office. The more men on the system, the more money the state gets from the federal government. Matching dollars was supposed to help states pay to track down deadbeat dads, but now every dad that gets a divorce is a deadbeat. It is a multi-billion-dollar-a-year enterprise, and the states has long been turning fathers into child support slaves for federal dollars. Child support debt may have unintended consequences for both non-resident fathers and their children, and it seems as if women ignore this, which indicates it's for their personal gain, not the child. It's sad so many women would use this unjust system. Equality. We've seen the movements. Women want to be equal, like in an algebraic equation. Anything you do to one side of the equation, you do to the other side of the equation, and it remains equal. Both men and women decide to lay together equally, and both men and women decide not to use protection equally. Both men and women decide to take responsibility for that action equally. If pregnancy occurs from the equal decision is when equality breaks down for the man. The woman makes the decision whether to keep the child, and the man has no power in that final decision. The only thing that can again make the equation equal is the ability of the man to decide if he's willing to be responsible financially and supportively for the child. No government action should have the power to upset equality. But women don't get that at all. Some might suggest signing over your parental rights, but in order to do that, another man must be there and ready to adopt that child. It's completely one-sided. Sometimes, the mother knows that the man is not biologically linked to the child. In other cases, they may not know for sure or only suspect that the child is not genetically linked to the father they named on the birth certificate. Women can drag men through the mud through child support enforcement and get away without ever letting them see their own kid or even proving he's the real father. Paternity fraud happens a lot. Paternity fraud occurs when the mother of a child misidentifies a man as the biological father of their child. The woman has zero consequences for such act.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, someone here is in danger right now.
Who?
Me. Because you just sitting there looking all fine. I'm in danger of being swept off my damn feet.
It says there are currently no legal consequences for mothers who commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is not considered a punishable crime, and it's extremely difficult to collect or collect funds from the child's mother. Interesting.
Wow.
It's extremely difficult to collect or collect funds, yet it's extremely easy to garnish the man's check, intersect his taxes, and throw him in jail after reviewing his payment history. I guess they can't track the woman's funds. How convenient. Remember earlier, they made laws to track all payments. This doesn't apply to women, apparently.
Damn.
The government has been given far too much power. There is zero equality about it. The working dad, or in some cases mom, gets a huge bill each month, while the mother does whatever she wants with the money. Whenever dad makes more money, he gets taken back to court to pay more. Although the mom did nothing to help him make more money. Why is she entitled to it? Moms get.
Why would she be entitled to it? If you didn't help him make the money, if you didn't get going to business with him, if you didn't do anything else to help his business boom, why are you entitled to any of his money? Man, this system is crazy, girl. Yeah, this system is wild. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Let's keep going. Keep going.
Getting that insane obligation percentage across the board, she has no accountability, and there is no equality whatsoever.
You think that putting a man in jail, that's punishment enough for him not paying? See, the thought should be, do you want this person raising a kid if they believe that a man taken away from a kid suffices for him not paying her money? If I owe you money for child support and you need this money, if I cannot pay you or have not paid you, and you put me in jail, your first thought should be, I don't want him in jail. I want him to have a job. So the whole way that this should work should be, dudes who owe child support should be forced to go work for it if money was that important and these chicks really needed it. But if you've noticed, most chicks are pretty damn satisfied when their baby's daddy go to jail for not paying child support. Most of the time when a man goes to jail for not paying child support, he avoids court altogether. The next time, whenever he gets out, because he realizes I could go back for any daggum reason, and I'm not going back. He also tends to neglect the kid after you put him in jail, which I can't blame him. Anything that can take away my freedom, I don't care about it. I don't care if it's my kid. I don't care what it is. If it costs me my freedom, I don't want it around. So if a woman believes that putting a man in jail, this punishment, then that means it has nothing to do with the kid, and it has nothing to do with the money, and it has everything to do with her. Jail is a revenge factor, pure and simple, because it has never been proven that somebody goes to jail, and now all of a sudden, because of this threat of jail, people are now paying child support. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it, period. Just like if a woman can afford to take care of a kid, and she can have another kid. Just saying.
Yo, all right, man. Shout out to Industry Hoax, man. Go subscribe to this channel. salute industry hoax. You know what I'm saying? Man, crazy channel, dope. You know what I'm saying? Good information. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about what's up with these people crying because Donald Trump won. What's up with that? Weird, man. These people weird, man. I don't really whatever with Sky News, but check out this clip. Sky News, man.
Why?
You know, I think to be honest with you,
Why?
as a grown person,
Why? Do you really hate me that bad?
grown person acts like that over something like that. There's definitely some mental issues. That's not normal. There's nothing normal about that kind of behavior, especially from a grown person. You know, very unstable people, very unstable. This goes to show the mind control. I'm gonna play a little bit of Edward Bernays, the mind control that these people, that the group think that these people are under. Have you ever heard of group think?
NBC News has a projection to make in the president.
Fair use under the Copyright Act, 1976. Can be allowed to report on this for commentary and educational purposes.
Presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that presidential contest has been won by Donald Trump. Now, I believe that means that we are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris had 194 electoral votes. So to be clear here, this is the third of the 7 major swing states that have been called. But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those 3 states, presents an almost unless there's it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket.
There's misogyny, but it's not just misogyny from white men.
Mm-hmm.
It's misogyny from Hispanic men.
Right.
It's misogyny from black men, things we've all been talking about.
What does that anything got to do with her losing? People don't like her, man. Get over it. Hey, people don't like her. Not everybody likes me. Not everybody like her. Not like everybody like him. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody like she. Not everybody like we. Hey, that's just how the fucking world is, man. We got to get over it, man. You know what I'm saying? Hold your nuts. We got to be grown women and men, man. Respect of many Democrats don't think that you have to work to get us the other side. On the news station, that's why they are so just man, right? La.
Who do not want a woman leading them. Might be race issues with Hispanics. They don't want a black woman.
And they can say all this. Are they allowed to say all these? Oh yeah, that's right, because propaganda is legal. They're allowed to say all this BS on the news like that? I don't know, man. That's crazy.
As President of the United States, you know, the Democratic Party, I've always found when you're sitting around talking, they love to just sort of balkanize everybody into these separate groups and say, oh, white people don't like women and black people. No, it is time for the Democrats to say, okay, and you and I have talked about this before. A lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Right.
A lot
and
of
with other Hispanics. You got some that don't like each other. And some of the most misogynist things I've heard going on this Get Out the Vote tour
came from black men. I mean, misogynist things. So you're absolutely right. It's not simplistic. And we've got to have real honest conversations about it.
Real.
I will be leaving the country and my dad will be staying blocked after this election. See you never.
All right, bye.
You voted against me.
You ain't gotta tell me.
You voted against me.
You ain't gotta tell me. You ain't gotta tell me, man. Go be my guest. You ain't that. What is that gonna do?
My right to
That's
live.
your threat. You know what I'm saying?
You voted against all the women and their rights.
G'day, Australia. Good morning from Washington. Hey, have you heard the news?
In Alaska, what does that mean? The race to 270, well, that is now over. Donald Trump wins the state of Alaska, and as a result, Donald Trump is once again going to be the president of the United States.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin.
How extraordinary. It is the greatest comeback in modern political history. To find an example of it, you don't have one this century. You don't have one last century. You got to go back to the century before that when they had the 18 in front of the years that were being counted down. Now, there are many images, many stories, many things to tell you about, many things that you've watched happen all the way through the day. And I've done my best to play that straight news bat because, as I said, all day long, you don't want to rub people's face in it. That's not cool. It's not okay. You've got to be a good winner because you've got to be paying attention to the people who are feeling the loss. But we've got to soak the moment in as well. This is an incredible moment in history. It is an incredible victory.
Yeah, man, these people crying, man. Let's get into some let's get into some pink book lessons real quick. I'm almost out of here, man. Pink book lessons, man. She spitting some. All right, we're going to pink book lessons. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you watch
Check out
Today in LA?
Breaking news.
Breaking news,
Hello.
weather, with the fires,
Check out
air
our channel,
quality.
You know what I'm saying?
Paper, like it's a prepared speech, but it's not just that 40 people standing there. Every one of those people has anywhere from 2 to 5 people next to them. It's their kids, it's their spouses.
A Pepsi warehouse on Chicago's South Side abruptly shuts down, and workers say they got no notice.
Saul Rasai joins us live outside the plant near 51st and Halsted on the south side. Saul, you've been talking with workers today.
Yeah, Jim Murray, that's right. Truck drivers behind us in limbo here and employees showing up with no idea that this location is shut down effective immediately. The union that represents 75 members here says the warehouse has over 200 employees, many of them not aware the facility was shutting down until they came to work this morning and were told to pack up and go home. Union leaders calling it an unlawful intent to close the 51st Street facility. They say it's a violation of the WARN Act that requires employers with 75 or more full-time employees to provide 60 days advance notice of pending plant closure.
So imagine you got to go to work and you're told that you got to leave effective immediately. That's wild, man. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I mean, what would y'all do? I'd be mad, man. You know? You know? All right, man.
Or mass layoffs.
It was injustice. Out of 29 years I've been here, people have dedicated their lives, their hearts, and everything. And this is the way they treat us. I mean, it's a sad situation.
Alejandro Garcia operates forklifts. He's especially upset since this happened just before the holidays.
That's the hard part because I'm supposed to go see my family in Arizona, and now that things are tight, it's kind of tight in the belt, you know, and I didn't expect this to happen. I'm just trying to, take care of my family, you know, and now it's really hard that we have to go through this, and I'm not the only one. A lot of good employees have been here for 30, 40 years, have put the hard work on money into this facility to try and make ends meet, and most of them coming up to retirement, I heard, and then this happens, you know.
Take a look at this AP headline. PepsiCo is closing 4 bottling plants and cutting nearly 400 jobs as it streamlines operations. The company said the closures will impact 136 workers in Cincinnati, 131 in Chicago, 127 in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and nearly 50 in Atlanta. The AP left out Carlisle, Pennsylvania, where workers are also being laid off, and that 400 number is actually 500. Yes, 500 people just lost their jobs at Pepsi unexpectedly, no warning at all. A lot of folks worked there for 20, 30, 40 years and thought they will retire there, including this woman that was just 6 months away from retiring after working at their Cincinnati plant for decades, 33 years.
Damn.
What infuriates you is they're standing
33, that number.
in there and they're just looking at a small group reading off their paper like it's a prepared speech.
The woman you just heard speaking, she was there at the Cincinnati plant since the early 90s, 1991. The crazy thing about it, they treated the Chicago workers worse. They called a bunch of police officers to the building ahead of time to escort them off the premises. Wouldn't even let them leave on their own. And as frustrating as it is to lose your job unexpectedly, when you're just going in to clock in for your normal shift, imagine being at the Chicago plant, the only one in Chicago, by the way. You're working and putting your all into this plant. For them to not only tell you without notice that the plant was closing right now today, you got to leave, hurry up and pack your stuff, but they also have a line of Chicago police officers like they're about to throw you in jail. They don't even treat illegals like this in Chicago. Nah, the illegals come to Chicago and they're getting free housing, free food, thousands of dollars in federal money, loans to start their businesses, loans to replace you in homes that you're underwater in. All of this is going on, and they have the audacity to approach their dedicated workers with police as a threat.
Daryl Smith showed up to work at the PepsiCo plant on 51st Street in back of the yards on Monday morning, just like he had for the last 29 years. But the forklift operator and union steward soon learned he and 78 other workers were being let go.
We shut the plants down.
78 people.
Get some garbage bags, get your stuff out, and leave.
PepsiCo announced that their Southwest Side facility is now closed due to what the company calls physical limitations. The more than 60-year building was used for producing and distributing beverages. Employees have described the abrupt decision as a gut-wrenching shock.
It just made it seem like they woke up yesterday like, oh, we're just going to shut down 51st. Like, that's all. Because they couldn't answer no questions. They was like, they don't know what's going on.
You think they would be bigger than this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just messed up on
the way they did it. I mean, they could have did it way better.
As if the news wasn't bad enough for the employees, they say they were escorted off the property by Chicago police officers. They indicated that this added another layer of distress to an already tough situation.
It was kind of crazy, like, this is how y'all treat like your employees.
Yes, this is how they treat their employees that literally gave these folks 20, 30, 40 years of their lives to their company. And listen, these corporations are also a part of the problem because they keep laying off Americans. Then the next thing you know, they're being replaced by lower wage workers. They would rather hire illegals to exploit them than to do right by their longtime employees.
Teamsters Local 727 claims the plant closed without any prior warning. They say at 5:45 this morning, PepsiCo sent an email to union members detailing the plant's immediate closure. But union reps argue that violates the WARN Act, which requires employers with 75 or more full-time employees to give 60 days advance notice of pending plant closures or mass layoffs.
This is the first time I've ever heard of people being told you are laid off effective immediately at this scale with no notice and really no answers of any kind.
It's unexpected.
But don't they have a union? What does the union do? I know they have a union. What the hell? Where the union at? The union's just quiet? The union's not gonna fight for them? I know they gotta have a union. And if they don't, that's probably why they're doing that. I'm not saying unions are the best or nothing, but some type of job, something. See, it provides some kind of third party. Whether it's, it's you and the job, you know what I'm saying, just that one party, you and your job, people are going to feel confident to go against the country when it's just our company, when it's just them, People, they're not going to feel confident. I don't know, man. That's too far. Oh, shit. All right, here we go.
The shutdown has left dozens of workers facing uncertainty about their futures.
A lot of people want to retire from here. A lot of people have put their kids through school here, bought homes. You got people living from paycheck to paycheck.
Daryl Smith has been a forklift driver at this Pepsi warehouse on 51st Street near Union for 29 years. This morning, he was called back in after leaving an overnight shift.
I got back to work. They came in and said, well, we're going to close the plant down. I seen grown men cry. I seen women cry.
Smith is one of 75 union members and more than 100 non-Teamsters who were not aware this facility was shutting down until they came in this morning.
They told us that the plant is not doing good. There's other facilities around that's going to be closed. So we're one of them. And that was it.
Came to the luncheon and everybody's there. We said, sit down, everybody sit down. The guy says, sorry, but we're closing the plant. The plant is being closed now.
For 45 years, Juan Gonzalez says he worked as a forklift operator at this back of the yard's Pepsi plant. But Gonzalez and several other employees were told this morning that the plant was shutting down for good.
Hold up. Can you imagine working somewhere for 45 years? So you stay at a company like this for that long for the stability and benefits, really? They usually negotiate great benefits. And that's what these companies are trying to get away from today. They want to replace workers with either AI or people they don't have to provide those same benefits to. They also want to do away with the unions. Some companies without unions will go as far as closing down their whole warehouse just to avoid the workers' formation of a union.
I'm in shock, basically, because, I didn't think this was going to happen. We were given no notification, and I'm working Friday and then can't come and work Monday.
They told us that the plant is not doing good. There's other facilities around that's going to be closed.
Teamsters Local 727 representatives were surprised with the sudden closure that happened shortly before 6 this morning. Union reps say the closure comes just months after finalizing a new 3-year contract involving a little more than 70 union employees.
Isn't that a breach of a contract?
And recently employees were told that this Pepsi plant.
Breach of a contract. How are they reporting to us and they don't? That's a breach of a contract. They can't. But see, I would get class action lawsuit and sue if I was all of them. I would sue. It's that simple. That's a breach of contract. But see, if the workers breach the contract, they would be in violation, but then the company can breach the contract.
Was doing well.
If you had asked me, is this facility going to be open another 10 years? I would have looked you in the eye and unequivocally said yes.
Pepsi says employees will receive full pay and benefits for the next 2 months. But longtime employees, like 29-year employee Daryl Smith, say more needs to be given to him and his fellow workers.
For people that's been there for 20, 30 years, give us our retirement early. People that's been there lower, place them somewhere else. They gave us some garbage bags to pack our stuff and told us to leave.
We know Pepsi has agreed to continue pay and benefits through the end of December. In a statement, they said the decision to no longer operate at 51st Street is a difficult one. This is a more than 60-year building that has physical limitations. Our top priority is to support our employees during this transition, and our commitment to serve Chicagoland remains strong. Union leaders say they negotiated a 4-year agreement that covered this facility and 3 others just this past April. The ratified contract came after members threatened to strike over the need for higher wages and better health care.
Because quite frankly, when you have a well-performing facility, a long experienced workforce, and a market like Chicago that drinks a lot of Pepsi, it's really hard not to imagine that it's not retaliation.
So what I'm gonna do now? Most people live check to check. Some people have high mortgages, kids in school with tuitions and stuff like that. So we'll start the next move.
Union leaders here say they plan to demand answers on Wednesday. That's when they're scheduled to meet with Pepsi at their union hall. Live on the South Side, I'm Asal Razai, CBS News Chicago.
Asal, thank you.
And see, it's no coincidence that this Chicago plant was closed down just months after the union workers started complaining. It's a lot of people not paying attention, but you got to wake up and see what's going on. All of this is really what's happening right now, impacting the working class Black people, Hispanic people, white people. I'm talking about Black jobs, Hispanic jobs, white union jobs too. But for whatever reason, when people sound the alarm and communicate this, you have the uppity folks talking all this baby bot bimbo babble, saying stuff like Black people don't work this or that kind of job, when that's how most of the baby boomers collected all the money they have now. The grandparents and great-grandparents of this generation, they collect all the money, the pensions, the homes they have now from working at these same plant jobs. But now all of a sudden, since you have these Hollywood sellouts, and then you also have our generation who picked up a bunch of degrees with the debt to go along with it, they're tooting up their noses in the air, acting like they don't know what blue collar work is, like they don't know what a trade and certification is. Unskilled and low skilled work is also foreign to them, as well as the idea of how the stability of those jobs for years moved a lot of people out of poverty to middle class. So that's a Chicago plant, but they laid off some more people at their Cincinnati facility.
A big group of people just thrown out. Your service, nothing.
So about 150 workers will be out of a job come the new year after PepsiCo announced production operations will end at the Cincinnati facility. In a statement, the multi-billion-dollar company says its decision was made to optimize the plant by turning into a scaled warehouse. Brenda Ordonez is live after speaking to laid-off workers who said this really was a shock.
Yeah, Tricia, the worker I spoke to has been working here at the PepsiCo for about 33 years. She says while the abrupt layoff did come as a shock, she did notice some cracks in this facility over the last couple years.
You didn't get to say goodbye. You didn't get to say goodbye to your supervisors, and you didn't get to say goodbye to a lot of people.
After 33 years at PepsiCo's Cincinnati facility, it's not the send-off Anne imagined, just 6 months shy of her retirement.
What infuriates you is they're standing there, and they're just looking at a small group, reading off their paper like it's a prepared speech. But it's not just that 40 people standing there. Every one of those people has anywhere from 2 to 5 people next to them. It's their kids, it's their spouses.
On Monday, Anne, along with a handful of her coworkers, were notified the plant would be discontinuing production operations, leaving her and 135 others without a job.
They had boxes already lined up in the hallway for you to come down the hallway, take a box, go in and clean out your locker, and go. You'll be paid for till December 28th, and your medical will be covered till December 28th. and then that's it.
In a statement, PepsiCo confirmed production operations will completely shut down on December 28th, but the facility will continue operating a scaled warehouse, noting the decision was made to optimize
That means AI. Optimize AI.
its manufacturing network.
It's been slow for probably almost 2 years.
Words that they
This was
use.
the worst summer we ever had, as long as I've been there. Usually we're working all kinds of overtime during the summer. And this summer, there were days where they didn't have enough to run the whole day, both shifts.
A statement from PepsiCo said in part, quote, "Supporting our employees during this transition remains our top priority, and we are committed to continuing to serve the
like some BS.
Cincinnati community."
It is very shocking and numbing when it happens. I tried to ask. I wanted to know about our pensions and the money that's owed to us for our vacations and stuff. You have to talk to your union because that'll all have to be negotiated all these years, and they're just not even a thank you.
If you work in marketing, then you need FlipSnap. Meet your all-in-one tool for converting PDFs into stunning and interactive materials. Track their performance by checking inbuilt stats, or integrate other analytics tools for deeper insights.
I'm not even surprised. The writing is on the wall and it's been there. But when you read it out loud, folks don't want to hear it.
When bad things happen, you got to just humbly accept that. You know, I got fired from there 3 years ago for the stupidest making TikToks. And now they about to lay off everybody to work at that plant. So it wasn't nothing but God, the reason I got up out of there. God said, it's time for you to go.
Stupid. Yo, salute, man. Salute. But look how they doing the American people, man. That's foul. You know what I'm saying? So shout out Pink Book Lessons. Check her out. You know what I'm saying? Check out Pink Book Lessons, man. Check her out. You know what I'm saying? So this is why. Hold up. You know what? Let me connect something else real quick. Hold up. Hold up. Actually, let me see. Let me play this again, but let me change it. Shout out to Pink Book Lessons, man.
Someone please.
Fair use. Let me play a little bit of this video too, and I'm gonna go into this Edward Bernays, and then I'm gonna close out. Fair use, 1976, under Copyright Act, Section 107. This gives me allowance to report on this video for commentary and educational purposes. All right.
Call 911 because these Kamala feminists are falling out all over the internet streets.
This morning, I woke up to a text from my mom that said, "Hang in there, girls. I'm so sorry about the results of this election."
I don't relate to you. I don't relate.
What's wrong with people, man?
Especially today, I just need to do a nice little.
Check this out. And you see how it's mostly women, right? Female.
It's not okay.
Those aren't women. Those are females. And that's not a man. I don't know. That's a boy. Yeah, it's a boy. But look, check this out. If Trump would have won, guarantee y'all would not have been seeing me on this mother up crying, bro. I could guarantee that. I could bet your last bottom dollar on that. You ain't gonna see my grown ass crying on this motherfucker. All right, straight up. That's ridiculous.
It's not okay. This simply.
You know, I think this gives it the era. This brings in the era of being having mental illness for so many people, and it goes unaddressed because when people have mental illness, it needs to go addressed immediately. You know what I'm saying? But this gives it more of a common theme for people to have mental illness. I noticed. Interesting, crazy, dysfunctional, right?
We will not do, and this is not okay.
This can't be real. This can't be.
I'm sorry. No. Why?
I just woke up this morning and I checked the news, and I know that there are so many people that are devastated right now, and I just want to say,
right?
Kamala, na 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 na, na 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 na. Hey, 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 goodbye. Na 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 na. That's why I don't think anything. I mean, you don't think I'm. You don't think I'm too flat.
I understand how you gonna
People have problems, man. I'm serious. I'm not even lying. I'm not trying to be funny. It's not trying to be a joke, but people are really not right in the head. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, this era gives it makes it to where people have to be accountable for their own mental anguish. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's sad. It's really sad. These people sick. Let's go. I'm gonna play a little more of this. I'm gonna play this Edward Bernays. I'm closing out.
You have a bunch of over-emotional, insane, mostly feminists losing their minds right now. It's crazy because just 3 months ago, nobody even cared about this lady. She had the lowest approval rating ever.
Nobody cared about her 3 months ago. You notice that? Group think. I'm gonna play the Edward Bernays right now. I'm gonna play that right now. Don't even trip.
Now all of a sudden they're falling out because she lost the election. Are they doing this because they love Kamala so much? Or is this the level of hate they have for Trump? I'm gonna go with the latter because there's no way they're crying for Kamala like this. Nah, absolutely no way.
We did something. We did make waves, although we didn't get the outcome that we wanted. But it's just hard because I'm scared for the future.
I was on campus for Harris's first address since her election defeat, but here's how some students were feeling earlier.
We're all pretty down. That's why we're out here today, just like to get out of the room. Disappointed, upset, tired.
So tiring to be a Black woman in America right now. America has a problem? No, America is the problem.
One thing that stood out was how proud students were of Harris, but there was a lot of fear that also came through.
We didn't get the outcome that you wanted, but I'm proud of you. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Thank you. So I'm crying because I'm like, I don't know what's next for not only me, but my friends and everybody else on this campus and other HBCUs across America. You need to stand up. You need to use your voice.
Sorry, shit, damn it. Why did it just... Why none of these adults throwing none of this out? You know what I'm saying? Adults got the adults trying to run all these damn kids. Where's the
Have you guys considered a bassier siren sound? The whoop whoop could be whoop whoop whoop. See the elevation? The whoop whoop.
Someone please call 911 because because they love Kamala so much, or
come that we wanted.
This girl, these kids. The American government pushes mental health. You know what I'm saying? They feed it. You know what I'm saying? They don't correct the problem. For one, tell these kids, for one, calm down. It's a fucking decision. Everybody, y'all supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? We supposed to have rights and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? The Constitution, all this bullshit, but at the same time, you don't have the right to decide that you don't want to pick her. And you think to yourself, just because somebody else picks her, they're wrong, or just because somebody else gets picked, it's the end of the world. Man, so we need this. Man, I already see where this is going.
But it's just hard because I'm scared for the future.
Damn it. This shit.
someone please call 911 because these Kamala feminists are falling out all over the internet streets. Is this because they love Kamala so much, or is this
on campus for Harris's first address since her election defeat, but here's how some students were feeling earlier.
We're all pretty down. That's why we're out here today, just like to get out of the room. Disappointed, upset, tired.
So tiring to be a Black woman in America right now. America has a problem? No, America is the problem.
One thing that stood out was how proud students were of Harris, but there was a lot of fear that also
Black women got to do with Donald Trump.
Came through.
We didn't get the outcome that you wanted, but I'm proud of you. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Thank you. So I'm crying because I'm like, I don't know what's next for not only me, but my friends and everybody else on this campus and other HBCUs across America. You need to stand up. You need to use your voice. You need to vote in local and state elections. You need to pay attention.
These teachers, these grown-ass teachers are going to sit there and let these kids act like that and feel they ain't going to try to, you know what I'm saying? Give them no kind of counseling, no kind of, you know what I mean? Any kind of, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for one, calm down. For two, it's not going to be the world of the end. Don't believe propaganda. Don't believe what you hear. Trump was in here 4 years ago, or 8 years ago. What was the problem? Were you fearing anything then? What's wrong with people? They're like this dude. Man, boy, I never seen nothing like this, man.
Please pay attention. This is real.
I don't understand it, to be honest. I don't understand how you could be a woman and then vote for Trump. It doesn't make any sense.
You know why? Because he's just a political candidate. It's not that serious. Plus, you know what I'm saying? He pushed for stuff for these white people. Of course, a white woman's gonna want to vote for him. It's that simple. I mean, you're gonna look. Once the war chief, you're typically gonna want the war chief to be a man, for one. For two, you're gonna simply want him to succeed some kind of masculine energy or just some kind of leader energy. All right, it's that simple.
It's like having your dog drive a car because he likes car rides or something. Like it just says, like, it doesn't, none of it makes any sense. You know what I mean? It's heartbreak a little bit.
Fair enough. Yeah, I can see this really means a lot to you.
Yeah.
Y'all, it is 6:51 in the fucking morning,
you know what I'm saying?
and I'm crying. Oh my God, what are we gonna do, America? What the fuck are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
A lot of them are gonna have kids or already have kids. That's dangerous.
All right, I gotta go make some money. She fought. She tried. It's the kind of world we live in. You never can win, bro. Never. I'm sorry. No.
Can you imagine them in a relationship, or even worse? Can you imagine men getting them pregnant? Listen, feminism is dangerous. Not only to men.
That's scary. I just said that. These bras having kids, boy. Oh God. Man.
But it's also dangerous to other women and the entire nuclear family, the men, the women, and children. And that's another thing I noticed about a lot of the folks whining over Kamala. You know, the ones throwing temper tantrums, black, white, whatever. They're going around right now spewing a lot of misandry.
I really do not like crying on the internet, but I'm not even about to pretend like this is that I'm finna be embarrassed about, bro. Like, I ain't never been so devastated behind an election. And it's just like, when you a black woman surrounded by black men and they say all this shit like, oh, he's not that bad, and oh, he just hates everyone, bro. Like, it was my brother homeboy I was talking to the other day, a black man, and I found out that he's a Trump supporter. I'm like,
so you can't be a Trump supporter and be black? So you can't be okay, so my question is, can you be a Kamala Harris supporter and be a white lady or a white man? Come on, these motherfuckers sound stupid. She wouldn't say shit if a white girl or of a white dude supported Kamala Harris. She would not think there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a problem with a black dude supporting Trump. Something's wrong with us, man. We're just walking stereotypes, man. We stupid. I see why these white motherfuckers treat us, these other motherfuckers do us the way they do us. We're stupid as fuck. Dumb motherfuckers like this are fucking retarded. That's why.
he does not like you. And he was like, oh no, he just don't like everybody. What? So that's a good candidate for you? Someone who just hates everybody?
Right here is driving a car, operating some machinery, stupid as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Talking like that. Like, I'm surprised this motherfucker driving a car. She's so stupid. Dumb motherfuckers. Ignorant. Crying. I mean, and what's up with what's the trend of people you taping and filming yourself crying and see millions of people see you crying? What the fuck is the point of that? You motherfuckers showing in their vulnerability. I don't know what the fuck, man. Let me
everybody, like what? And I'm crying in my room this morning. My brother gonna come up in here and say, "What's wrong with you?" Like he can't think of one possible reason why I would be upset right now, bro.
And then you see, and then look, it's just what if people did say Kamala shouldn't be president because she's a female? This is the fucking reason why, because dumb motherfuckers like this. That's simple. Look how mentally unstable and just mentally, you know what I'm saying? These people are. These women are. Or no, not women, excuse me. These females are.
These niggas are so fucking, they live on another planet. And it's because none of this affects men. That's why. Men don't give a fuck about nothing that don't directly affect them.
No, that's women. Nope. That's excuse me, miss. Excuse me, ma'am. You talking about it's the other way around. Women don't trip off stuff that doesn't directly affect them. You know what? Not even just women or men. People, selfish motherfuckers don't usually. Fucking hell, the everyday person. You don't. You voted for Kamala, somebody that said that if they're not going to do nothing for black people. So, do you care about the interests of black people, other black people? No. Do you care? You sound like a fucking feminist. Do you care about the interests of other black men? No. So it works both ways. You know what I mean?
It does not directly affect men. They do not give up. And motherfuckers hating women is the whole reason.
See, is it just the mainstream media? Oh, it is, and it's propaganda. But you got idiots like this pushing it too. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
He got elected in the first place. The first time he got elected, he ran up against a woman. Second time, he ran up against a man.
And he smoked her. He beat her. And he ran up against another woman. And guess what? He beat her again. Another woman. I mean, not again. But he won again against another female. And what's your point?
Man, and it wasn't even a good fucking candidate. And he lost.
So now, trust me, Hillary Clinton was better than Kamala Harris. Trust me.
He ran up against a woman again, and he won because y'all just fucking hate women. That's all it is.
He won both times.
We couldn't even get a white lady in office. Of course, they wouldn't go vote for no fucking black lady.
Damn, dude, that's crazy, man. I never seen a group of people wanting to call somebody else black before in my life, dude. I never seen that. Or their race, or I never seen a group of white people that swore that this one person was white, and that's weird, man. That is just low self-esteem, low vibration, all that.
And it's like people don't give up, or they're genuinely not grasping how this shit is. And it's just like somebody commented on my last video when I was like in the club, we all crying, talking about, oh, y'all are so dramatic. Dramatic? This is dramatic?
Yes. You are dramatic. You should not be crying over no fucking presidency or no election for millions of people to see you on the internet. That's ridiculous. You're not crying because a family member died. You're not crying, you know what I'm saying? Because some injustice got done to you or somebody you know, or you're not crying because, you know what I'm saying? Anything valuable and tangible. You crying because somebody that you voted for lost. That's the most stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. And look, imagine if Trump, y'all, and these people like this are full of it, because if Trump would have lost, and if there was millions or thousands or however many these damn crybabies are, actually grown-ass people crying because he lost, y'all would be eating that up and y'all would be rubbing that in. So since it's the other way around, we're supposed to be giving y'all some kind of sympathy and empathy. It's supposed to be some kind of different scenario since it's Kamala Harris, right? Nah.
Like, this is an extreme underreaction. Dramatic will be marching down to that fucking White House and burning that down. That's dramatic. You don't want to see dramatic. This is nothing. We are.
And then they get violent. Why are you going to get violent? Why would you have? What does burning something down have to do with any of this? Why do you have to come to that point? Why do you have to come to that conclusion? You know what I'm saying? Just you can't argue with stupid, man.
We're literally doomed for the next 4 years at the very least.
You know what?
Hey, listen, I ain't trying to be funny.
I'm gonna keep it real.
I ain't trying to be
real. I said the same thing when Joe Biden got sworn in there. We were doomed. Look what happened. 4 years. Look at the disaster under the Biden administration, man. I never seen no president before flood the borders like that before in my life. I never seen it like that. This dude did everything to sabotage America, man. I don't see. That lets you know how stupid people are. And that lets you know people don't have logic. People have emotions.
I'm really trying to empathize and sympathize with a lot of y'all. But for y'all to get on the internet all year popping y'all shit on black men about how y'all the most educated, how y'all own the most homes, how y'all got the most finances, how y'all got the best cars, how y'all just overall shitting on black men. Then to get on the internet boo-hooing and crying and having snot bubbles coming out your nose because Kamala Harris lost an election where she was already destined to lose is insane to me. Like, let's tighten up and let's understand that things happen.
I already know I'm not going to be okay because it's day one and I was just at the gas station trying to mind my own business when the man is smoking a cigarette while pumping his gas. And all I could think of while trying to not scream at the top of my lungs at him is like, that's the type of person that just decided the next 4 years of my future. The type of person that smokes a cigarette.
Why didn't you say anything then? Why didn't you tell him? You know what I mean? You over here crying and melting down and comparing this to Trump win and all that. What does that have to do with Trump winning? Somebody smoking a cigarette at the gas. You said a little analogy that you made. Boy, I tell you.
Well, pumping gas.
Crazy, boy.
What? Is the sign not big enough for you anymore because they thought you were smart enough to know not to do that anymore?
Insane, boy. Insane.
Smoking a cigarette at the gas pump is dangerously dumb, but so is blaming a random stranger for calmly losing and destroying your life. That's also dangerously dumb and dangerously delusional. Look, these are the folks always lecturing people on emotional intelligence, and once again, they're showing they have none themselves. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Tell me what you think about this below. I want to say special thank you to Samuel. I appreciate you, Samuel, for always showing support for the channel. Also, one time for Cree, it's his birthday, so happy birthday. Shout out to Charles B, Mrs. Crow T, Rasan.
That's a shout out to Pink Book Lesson. Salute. You know, check out her channel, share it out. You know, I mean, watch it, share it out. Like and comment to Pink Book Lesson. She be spinning fire. Now, this is one of the last videos I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna play a little bit of Edward Bernays and I'm closing out, just to show you the kind of mind control that these dumbass people are under. All right. So this is Gavin Newsom talking about he gonna protect California under Trump. That sounds like some dictatorship right there. What does Trump have to do with any? You know what I'm saying? So Trump got in. What does any of that have to do with anything? See, this is how you know how staged this stuff is. That lets you know how scripted this stuff is. That lets you know how these politicians do not take none of this seriously. You know what I'm saying? They're going, automatically going to get interview Gavin Newsom because Trump's in office and talking about he's going to protect California from what? It's a shithole. California's fucked up. It has one of the biggest homeless populations in the country. There's a deficit. We're in debt. This dude used billions of dollars for a train to nowhere. What else did he do? You know what I'm saying? He hiked up these gas prices recently this summer. I mean, come on. The dude made it to where his homie didn't have to pay. I mean, this stupid, you know what I'm saying? Minimum wage for restaurants. He made it to where his buddy at Panera Bread, they didn't have to fall under a restaurant category to where they didn't have to pay that higher minimum wage. So his buddy can save money. Gavin Newsom is full of it, man. Racist. Oh, my bad. He blocked the reparation. He vetoed the reparation bill. Thanks to him and the Congressional Black Talker. He vetoed the bill to make it to where to where black farmers could get their land back from the government. Land grants. He vetoed that too. I can't stand Gavin Newsom. He's full of it.
Governor Newsom is working on ways to protect California policies from a second Trump administration. Amber Frias in the newsroom right now.
What is there to protect? Man, this is probably, man, boy, that's crazy. But if Kamala Harris was in there, they would not be saying.
With more on that. Amber?
Whoa.
Colleen, it's been less than 2 days since President-elect Donald Trump clinched the presidency, and California leaders say they are already ready for a second round of resistance against him. If you remember, the state also pushed back during his first term in office.
As the reality of a second Trump administration takes hold, I know there is a lot of fear and anxiety, frustration.
Standing in front of the iconic Golden Gate Bridge, California's Attorney General Ron Bonta announced the state is ready to defend its values against a second Trump administration.
We've prepared in detail with litigation strategy. We have a legislative strategy.
Because y'all have these immigrants. Oh, okay, that's why. These immigrants, because y'all legally house illegal immigrants. Okay.
Thought in detail about where and when we sue, on what grounds, and we're working with our partners across the state.
Moments earlier, Governor Newsom delivered a similar message, calling for a special legislative session to strengthen the state's resources in defense of what he called fundamental rights. The governor's proclamation
immigrants
stated in part, quote, the track record of the first Trump administration, combined with the statements made by President-elect Trump on the campaign trail, as well as statements and policy papers issued by individuals close to his campaign and by Republican congressional leadership indicate the consequences of his presidency for California may be significant and immediate, end quote.
Been through this before. Ready to do it again.
But recent polls suggest these values may be shared by fewer Californians than in the past. The latest data shows nearly 40% of Californians voted for Trump.
Lawmakers will begin here.
Damn, almost 40%.
The best part about being your own boss,
in a blue state,
you get to dictate what you dedicate your time to, which is actually a lie. You don't. My favorite Zero feature is the bank feed. It's great to be able to have all of your different bank feeds go into one place.
And when it comes to how counties across California voted in the presidential race, the results so far favor Kamala Harris, as you can see right there. Then in Yuba County, similar situation there. Trump leading Harris in the latest voting numbers there as well. You can see very handily him taking those two counties right in our area. So with all that, let's bring in
I'd have been Dover just on would have won that California though.
Gary Dietrich now to break this all down. Let's start off with the governor, because he just calls this special session already start. Here we go, right?
What a surprise. 48 hours after Trump's in. Oh, Gavin Newsom says, you know what? I think I want to be the chief antagonist yet again. And I got to tell you something, Marley. I mean, this comes as a surprise to absolutely no one who knows about things underneath the Capitol. I thought very interesting was our map of California. Half of it or more geographically red. And that's why we're hearing from already Republicans in the Capitol saying, hey, what gives? Okay, right. Now we're going to have millions, potentially tens of millions of additional dollars asked for to basically be in constant litigation with Washington. So this is, I think, from a policy perspective, Newsom's going to tell you we need to, he says, protect California's values. From a political perspective, it is nothing but raw politics. Remember, he and Trump were going at each other before. I think we are going to see the next 2 years that he's in office, that is Governor Newsom, this is going to be a constant refrain.
Right. And that special session, I mean, of course, affecting taxpayers too, right? I mean, it's going to cost
And the
money.
reason why it's a special session, by the way, so you don't have to wait to get these additional legal dollars in through the next budget cycle, which wouldn't take effect and the dollars become available till July 1 of next year. That's why it's a special session, along with the fact that, I don't know, it makes really good national television to be calling a special session 2 days after Trump is elected.
Does. Well, let's talk about too, now that we will have a Trump presidency for 4 more years, we do know, of course, our state leans left and more liberal. So a lot of people concerned when we talk about women's rights, about climate resiliency. How will a Trump presidency impact the Golden State?
Yeah, typically where you're going to see that more than anything is not so much in terms of policies, but in terms of dollars. What do I mean by that? Well, when Trump was in office prior, he tried to claw back, for example, about $1 billion of the high-speed rail funding. So things like that is where I think you're going to see most of the potential conflicts, where Trump's going to say, "Look, we don't want to pay for that." If you
and Trump was right, because they had the funding for it, and they made a train to go nowhere. They didn't even finish the train. Come on, man. Gavin Newsom is known. Look, the homeless money that they acquired not too long ago, they pocketed that money. They couldn't account for millions of dollars in homeless contributions. Come on, man. Gavin Newsom is a thief, man.
Want that? Pay for it yourselves.
I have to get this question in here too. So when it comes to the bigger picture, everyone has already talked about the governor in 2028, right?
Yes.
So when he comes out already talking about Trump and, we need to.
Oh, yep. They're pushing Gavin Newsom to be the president. That's all they're doing. Pushing Gavin Newsom to be the new president. That's all they're doing.
Protect our liberties and everything already. Mm-hmm. We've already seen what being attached to California can do when we just saw what happened with Vice President Harris.
Right.
How does this then play out? What does this all mean for the governor?
Okay. Well, let's take it short term and long term real quick. Okay. In the short term, there's nobody on the national map right now leading the so-called resistance. I'm just going to throw that word out on the table because it's being used nationally against Trump.
Right.
So it puts him in that position of being able to say, well, I'm that guy. Put his hand in the air and I'm going to lead that. And remember, he was doing that before anyway.
Yeah.
But I would expect him, as you and I talked to the newsroom, this isn't just going to be Trump. I would not be surprised to see him, again, taking on Ron DeSantis, the entire Republican machine nationally. Because what does that
man, Gavin Newsom would be horrible. Ooh, that would be horrible as president. And see, I knew that what's his name was going to win. I knew another. I was saying that Trump was going to win too. I said the other day because they don't break the cycle. Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican. It's always a cycle. There's never two Democrats. There's never two Republicans in a row. Come on, let's keep it 100. Yeah, I mean, come on now. It's a ritual.
Not going to do for him. Set him up for a potential Democratic presidential primary. I know, friends, you're hard to believe this, but right after the midterms in 2 years, that's going to kick in.
Of course. And Gary, I think you're safe to say the resistance. I think we've already seen that many times over
I'm sure
again.
the memes are already out there of him in a Luke Skywalker costume. I have no doubt about that, friends.
Right, for sure. All right, Gary, a pleasure as always. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll talk to you soon.
Benjamin. All right, let me play a little bit of this. I'm out of here, man. I'm gonna take my ass to sleep right now. So let me play like 5 minutes of this, man. It's Edward Bernays. This is why people are so go and Google Gaga over Kamala Harris so much. You know what I'm saying? This is why people are so brainwashed, so stupid, because this is why. I'll show you why.
Institute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of. In almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or our ethical thinking, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind, who harness old social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world. This passage was written by Edward Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud and a pioneering mind behind advertising, modern propaganda, and the field of public relations. Bernays' influence was enormous. Relying heavily on the insights of his uncle, he developed highly successful manipulation techniques which are still used today, not only by companies to sell consumer products, but also by the powers that be to, in the words of Bernays, control and regiment the masses. In this video, we'll explore some of Bernays' most intriguing ideas, paying particular attention to his insights on how group psychology can be used to control and manipulate the masses. In his classic work, Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego, Sigmund Freud described group psychology as being concerned with the individual man as a member of a race, of a nation, of a caste, of a profession, of an institution, or as a component part of a crowd of people who have been organized into a group at some particular time for some definite purpose. In other words, group psychology attempts to understand how an individual's behavior, thoughts, and emotions change when becoming a part of a group. The tendency of human beings to form groups was selected for in our evolutionary past due to the survival benefits it offered. Ancient humans who organized into tribes were more likely to survive and reproduce in the harsh environments in which they lived. However, with the help of modern technologies, humans today have transformed the environment in a manner which renders the survival value of tribal organization obsolete. But with that said, the ancient and instinctual pull of tribal organization still looms large in the lives of most, with many people today identifying and hence stereotyping both themselves and others based on things such as race, class, gender, nationality, religion, or the political party or ideology to which one adheres. This continued proclivity to engage in group identification is, according to Bernays, a function of the enlarged sense of self-importance that individuals derive from identifying with a potentially powerful mass. Just as the wolf pack is many times as strong as the combined strength of its individual members, so too the individual senses the potential power of the group, and it derives feelings of potency in identifying with it. Beginning in the late 19th century, a number of thinkers, most notably Freud and Gustave Le Bon, attempted to understand why people engage in group identification and how group identification affects one's mind and behavior. As Bernays noted, the insights that emerged from this study caught the attention of those in positions of power who wanted to expand their control of societies. These people saw the potential of taking the theoretical insights of group psychology and transforming them into practical methods that could be used to manipulate the masses from outside of the public's eye, a task which formed the basis of Bernays' work in public relations. As Bernays explained in his book, Propaganda, The systematic study of mass psychology revealed the potentialities of invisible government of society by manipulation of the motives which actuate man in the group. These studies established that the group has mental characteristics distinct from those of the individual, and is motivated by impulses and emotions which cannot be explained on the basis of what we know of individual psychology. So the question naturally arose: if we understand the mechanism and motives of the group mind, is it not possible to control and regiment the masses according to our will without their knowing it? The great potential of using insights from group psychology to control the masses is partly a function of the fact that an individual can be influenced by a group or crowd even when physically isolated. As Bernays pointed out in his book, Crystallizing Public Opinion, a crowd does not mean merely a physical aggregation of a number of persons. The crowd is rather a state of mind. So long as one engages in group identification, their mind and behavior will be changed by the enduring influence of group psychology, even with no other members of the group physically present. To understand how the tendency of human beings to engage in group identification renders the masses manipulable, we must turn to one of Freud's ideas which heavily influenced the manipulation techniques developed by Bernays. In his book Propaganda, published in 1928, Bernays explained, "It is chiefly the psychologists of the school of Freud who have pointed out that many of man's thoughts and actions are compensatory substitutes for desires which he has been obliged to suppress. A thing may be desired not for its intrinsic worth or usefulness, but because he has unconsciously come to see in it a symbol of something else, the desire for which he is ashamed to admit to himself. A man buying a car may think he wants it for purposes of locomotion. He may really want it because it is a symbol of social position, an evidence of his success in business, or a means of pleasing his wife. What Freud suggested is that often there is a divorce between one's conscious thoughts and feelings and desires which do not fit with one's self-image and which are therefore suppressed. This fact, Bernays recognized, renders human beings manipulable. For what it implies is that if one can design propaganda or psychological operations that bypass the conscious and rational faculties of the individual, targeting instead suppressed emotions and hidden desires, it is possible to move people to adopt beliefs and behaviors without them being aware of the underlying motivations leading them on. As Bernays explained, men are very largely actuated by motives which they conceal from themselves. It is evident that the successful propagandist must understand the true motives, and not be content to accept the reasons which men give for what they do. It is possible, although often difficult, for an individual to become aware of the underlying motives driving their beliefs and actions through honest and critical introspection. However, once one succumbs to the effects of group identification, such critical introspection becomes nearly impossible. A group is extraordinarily credulous and open to influence, wrote Freud. It has no critical faculty. In identifying with a group, the individual subordinates self-analysis and a discerning search for the truth in favor of maintaining group interests and cohesion. And with their critical capacities weakened by the influence of group psychology, they become highly susceptible to psychological operations designed to target suppressed or unconscious desires and emotions. In the modern day, there appears to be forces operating through the mainstream media and popular culture which are attempting to increase the individual's proclivity to engage in certain types of group identification, namely, identifications that divide the population into conflicting groups. This phenomenon has potentially dire consequences for both the stability and freedom of a society.
That's all it is, division, right? MAGA supporters, Harris supporters, you know what I'm saying? Democrat, Republican, Crip blood, right? Man, woman, short, tall. I'm telling you, that's all it is, man. And see, look at the propaganda they put out about Trump, make you not want to mess with him. Look at the good propaganda and stuff they put about Harris. You know what I'm saying? Don't really say too much bad stuff about her to make it to where you don't really, to you where you really, where you like her, but you don't like him. Just like how the reporter said a little while ago, saying all this stuff about, because this, could be under Trump and controversy or whatever she was saying about his policies, but she wouldn't have said that about Kamala's policies. She wouldn't have said the same thing about her. You don't read all the framework to manipulate people. Money can't manipulate anyone so easily. That's so true. Damn.
As it allows those in power to institute the age-old tactic of divide and conquer. In his book,
now, how long has this been divide and conquer tactic been going on for? Just like how they did with us, the black man and the woman, with this damn election cycle. Oh, the black woman voting for this. Oh, black woman, man, how could you vote for this and that? Black woman, how could you? Come on, that shit is. We're not tired. That shit don't get old to us. Oh my God, something's wrong with us, man. Seriously, straight up.
Discourses on Livy, Machiavelli noted that those who have held power over a population have long realized that a population united is always stronger than those who rule over it, and thus stretching back into ancient times, rulers have sought to divide the many and weaken the force which was strong while it was united through the use of those methods which promote division. By dividing a population along lines such as race, class, religion, gender, or political preference, or in other words, into groups naturally prone to clash, the effects of group psychology render rational
race, religion, culture, sex,
discourse, and debate between individuals in these separate groups extremely unlikely.
Crazy.
Each group, Bernays wrote, considers its own standards ultimate and indisputable, and tends to dismiss all contrary or different standards as indefensible. Unable to settle differences in opinions via rational discourse, groups whose belief structures clash tend to revert to more destructive means in their attempt to defeat those they perceive as a threat. A society dominated by such groups is thus easily divided in increasingly hostile conflict, and as a result, not only does the population as a whole become weakened, as Machiavelli pointed out, but its eyes are diverted away from the actions of those operating behind the scenes, who constitute, in the words of Bernays, the invisible government who controls the destinies of millions. While there is nothing wrong with deriving a sense of belonging based on the commonalities we share with others, it is misguided to base our personal identity primarily on our group memberships. In terms of our evolutionary history, it is only fairly recently that we developed the ability to become aware of ourselves as individuals, separate from any group or tribe. This was a crucial development in consciousness, as the existence of a society based on individual rights and personal liberties is dependent on a population which has developed this capacity for individual consciousness, or in other words, on a society of individuals who understand themselves and treat others as individuals first and foremost. As Erich Neumann pointed out in his classic work, The Origins and History of Consciousness, prior to the development of this capacity for individual consciousness, the group and group consciousness were dominant. The individual was not an autonomous, individualized entity with a knowledge, morality, volition, and activity of its own. It functioned solely as a part of the group, and the group, with its superordinate power, was the only real subject. Seen in this light, the proclivity of individuals today to engage in group identification is not only a danger to the freedom and
group identification or groupthink, right?
Stability of a society, but it is also a regression of consciousness back to a more primitive psychological state, and therefore, from the standpoint of modernity, a pathological tendency that needs to be overcome, or as Sigmund Freud put it. Each individual has a share in numerous group minds, those of his race, of his class, of his creed, of his nationality, etc. And he can also raise himself above them, to the extent of having a scrap of independence and originality.
Interesting. Yeah, that was good. So I'm gonna play the so next time I play his some of his documentary Century of Self next time, all right? I wanted to play they had a what's the name? They had an intro. Let me see, Century of Self. Intro. I'm gonna play the intro real quick and I'm out. I think there's an intro somewhere, man. Damn, I don't want to just put a little intro. Okay, here it is. Here's the intro right here.
Bernays had manipulated the American people, but he had done so because he, like many others at the time, believed that the interests of business and the interests of America were indivisible, especially when faced with the threat of communism. But Bernays was convinced that to explain this rationally to the American people was impossible, because they were not rational. Instead, one had to touch on their inner fears and manipulate them in the interests of a higher truth. He called it the engineering of consent.
He was doing it for the American way of life, and to which he was devoted. So this sincerely devoted.
No, he wasn't.
And yet,
no, he wasn't. he was selling people out, using people as experiments, using propaganda on people is not developed to no damn American way of life. That's BS.
He felt the people were really pretty stupid. And that's the paradox. If you don't leave it up to the people themselves, but force them to choose what you want them to choose, however subtly, then it's not democracy anymore.
None of it's democracy. It never was. And democracy is not a good thing.
It's something else. It's being told what to do. It's that old authoritarian thing.
All right, salute. Yo, I'm about to get off here, man. It's 12:30. Damn, it's late. Man, damn, I've been on here 5 hours. Shit. Thanks for rocking with me, man. You know what I'm saying? All y'all, you know what I'm saying? Junior Coltrane, you know what I'm saying? Shaq, thanks for coming on, you know what I'm saying? Shannon, Doc Boss is in the building, you know what I'm saying? There was a couple others.
Yeah.
Dawson. Oh, Shaq, what you think about that, man? What I just played? Dude, that shit.
Yeah, we need to get more into that.
Did you see that though? Did you see the group? Did you see that? Engineering consent, bro.
Yes, sir. They was used for military and all that shit. That's what they use in military propaganda and all that shit to fight wars and lie on the enemy and shit, to create an enemy, a false enemy.
Right.
You know,
or get shit out of it. Get shit out of motherfuckers. Yep. No, yeah, keep cooking. My bad.
Yeah, they used them for when to go down. Why people talk about Venezuela? They used him, I think, for Venezuela, for them to go down there and attack Venezuela back in the day, or get their president out of office.
Group think, mind control, man. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, but I'm about to fall back myself though, man. Salute to everybody in the chat, yo.
Hell yeah, man. Good looking out for coming through. You know, shout out to information, you know what I'm saying? For the people, you know what I'm saying? If they want to follow you and shit, man. You know?
Yeah, just tap in on Instagram, Shaq Waller. You see the name on the screen.
Word. Salute, man. Good looking out for coming on, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, everybody rocking with me.
Live in the morning, you know his old birthday. I might go live in the morning.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah. Oh yes, man. Shout out it's your born date. You know what I'm saying? Happy born day. That's right, man. You know what I'm saying? Star-studded born date. You know what I'm saying? All this week. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, that's what's up, man. It's definitely Scorpio season in the building. You know what I'm saying? What's up? Salute. Yeah, we definitely go live. You know what I'm saying? I'll be on there. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
Word. I'm gonna tap in. All right. Salute, Shaq. You know what I'm saying? Word, everybody that tapped in. You know what I'm saying? With me, salute, man. Y'all stayed on here for 5 hours. That's a long ass time. Damn. That's like a work shift and shit. A half work shift. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. We're gonna tap in with Shaq tomorrow, man, on his board date. You know what I'm saying? You know, we're gonna keep in catch with this real and interesting, man. Real information, man, because a lot of people, man, don't be talking about this kind of stuff, man. YouTube, especially on YouTube, man, people just be talking about this Diddy shit and all this other stuff, man, and all these other things. You know, I'm not knocking people, but you know, we got to really keep the people informed, man, and stay informative. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, they are in a group thing, dude. You know, a lot of it's gematria and a lot of it's numerology too. that links up, you know what I'm saying, a lot of these numbers and these wins, man, because remember, numbers are on the score, right? So you don't think that there's numbers that control sports and these teams and all that, right? That's real. I don't know. But yeah, we got to stop this group thing. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the reason why these Kamala Harris and all these people are just, their minds are mushed. Their minds are mush. You know what I'm saying? And they turn into straight just mulch. You know what I'm saying? You know, because of stuff like that, man. So other than that, man, salute. We're going to stay vigilant, stay watchful, man, and keep your eyes on the prize. You know what I'm saying? Like my man, Jeremiah Muhammad says, stay watchful, stay vigilant, man. You know, until then, salute. And I'm going to holler back at y'all, man. All right?